Hi everyone, if you enjoyed this video please subscribe. If you haven't subscribed yet, I'd love to see you join me. And don't forget to like and let me know what you think in the comments. I should have just left that darn whistle where I found it. Seriously, morning started out totally normal at Yellowstone, like any other day. Late October, so there was this real bite in the air that went right through my jacket as I did my usual rounds. Trail markers were all good, and I was keeping an eye out for any critters that might cause trouble for the early hikers. Sun was just coming up, that golden light you get through the pines, casting long shadows across the frosty ground. Peaceful, you know. Maybe too peaceful. Looking back, that's when I saw it. Just off the main trail, kinda half buried in the dirt, was this whistle. Brass, looked old-timey. Like those ranger whistles they used to hand out way back when, before all the fancy modern gear. The metal was dull, aged, but still in one piece, with these carvings all over it. Couldn't really make them out at first, all covered in dirt. I should have just left it. Mark it as lost and found, or park property, something historical. But something about it just grabbed me. Weird weight in my hand, maybe. Or the way the morning light glinted off those funny markings. Whatever it was, I just slipped it into my pocket. Told myself I'd clean it up later, figure out who it belonged to.
Yeah, right?
I've been a wildlife guide here for 3 years now. I know these trails like the back of my hand. Know the park's rhythm, the animals' habits, elk migrations, wolf pack territories, best spots to see bears from a safe distance, you name it. I'm all about being ready for anything the wilderness throws at me. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepped me for what happened when I first blew that whistle. It started subtle, right? I was leading this early morning tour, mostly photographers, hoping to catch the sunrise over the geysers. We're coming up to this clearing, and I see movement in the trees. Small herd of elk, grazing in the distance. Perfect photo op. Without even thinking, I reach into my pocket for the whistle. Standard wildlife signal, you know, to quietly alert the group. But the sound that came out, not like any whistle I've ever heard. Instead of a sharp, clear tweet, it was this haunting, multi-toned call. It just hung in the air, felt wrong, like it was bending the morning air itself. The elk, they froze, heads snapped up, all of them, at the same time, staring right at us. And that's when the first rule popped into my head. Clear as day, like it was burned right there. When the herd turns as one, you have 10 seconds to blow the second call. Fail, and they will charge. Didn't get it. Didn't want to get it. But I watched those elk, every single one of them, pivot to face us. Eyes reflecting the morning light, but with this unnatural gleam. My body just moved. Instinct. I raised the whistle again, hands a little shaky now. Blew again. This time, the sound was different. Lower, almost subsonic. The elk just went back to grazing like nothing happened. Tourists snapping photos, totally oblivious. But I knew something had shifted, big time. Because now there was a second rule in my head, and a third, and more, just piling up, every second. Rules about the whistle, about the animals, about the park itself. Rules that, I'd soon learn, came with some seriously messed up consequences if you broke them, and I just couldn't shake them. No matter how hard I tried, by mid-afternoon, I had 5 rules stuck in my head, memorized, against my will. They were just pulsing in my brain like a second heartbeat. Rule 1: when the herd turns as one, you have 10 seconds to blow the second call. Rule 2: never use the whistle at sunset. The sounds it makes then aren't meant for human ears. Rule 3: if you hear a return call from the woods, do not answer it. It isn't another ranger. Rule 4: when wolves appear, they must be acknowledged in order of rank. The alpha isn't always the largest. Rule 5: if the bison begin to walk backward, run. You have until they stop to find shelter. Crazy, right? I tried to just push through my day. 2 more tours, same old routes. But everything felt off. Wildlife seemed way more aware of me, more deliberate in how they moved. A raven even followed my group for like half a mile, head cocked at this crazy angle, just watching me. Creepy. You okay, Ben? Park guide Sarah, another guide, caught up with me between tours. You seem a little out of it today. I forced a smile. My hand just automatically went to the whistle in my pocket. Metal felt warm, almost fever hot. Just tired. Weird morning. That's all. And then I heard it, clear as day, a melodic whistle from deep in the woods. Same multi-toned sound as mine. Rule 3 flashed in my head like a neon sign. If you hear a return call from the woods, do not answer it. It isn't another ranger. Did you hear that? Sarah asked, turning towards the sound. Sounds like someone signaling. I grabbed her arm before she could reach for her own whistle. Don't, please. Don't answer it. She gave me this weird look, but lowered her whistle. The call came again. Closer this time. Sounded almost desperate. Pleading. Every bit of training in me screamed to answer a distress signal. But those rules, that warning was louder. The third call just broke off. Mid-note. Turned into something that might have been laughter, if laughter was made of breaking glass and splintering wood. Seriously messed up sound. Sarah's eyes went wide. What the hell was that? Why should head back, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Getting late. As we turned to go, I saw movement in the trees. Something big moving parallel to us, just out of sight. Its gait was all wrong. Too fluid for a bear, too big for a wolf. Could hear it breathing, wet, ragged sound. Definitely not normal. Sarah must have seen my face. Ben, what is it? Nothing, I lied, picking up the pace. Just thought I saw something. The whistle burned against my thigh through my pocket. Like it was reacting to me noticing that thing. New rules started etching themselves into my brain. Rule 6. If you see something following you through the trees, do not acknowledge it. Recognition gives it power. Rule 7: the whistle must be used at least once every 24 hours. Do not test this rule. Rule 8. When the air smells like copper and wet fur, they are hunting. The whistle will not help you then. Great. Just great. By the time we got back to the ranger station, my hands were shaking. Got Sarah back safe, but I knew this was just the start. The weight of the rules pressed down on me, and underneath it all, this new understanding. That whistle hadn't been lost. It had been waiting to be found. I checked my watch. Sunset in 2 hours. Rule 2 loomed in my mind like a promise. I needed to figure this out before dark. But watching those shadows lengthen across the parking lot, I just couldn't shake this feeling. I was out of time, and somewhere in the woods, something was still laughing. Okay, so sunset was like 40 minutes away when the first scream ripped through the parking lot. Human scream, which made it 10 times worse. High-pitched. Terrified shriek, cut off real quick. Sounded like it came from the old faithful direction. Tourists still out there, watching the last eruption of the day. My radio crackled to life. Ben, we got a situation at the Geyser Basin. Possible medical emergency. It was Sarah's voice, tight. Can you back up? The whistle pulsed against my leg. Second heartbeat. Rule 2, never use the whistle at sunset. Flashed in my head again. But someone needed help. Park Service rule number 1, a human life first. On my way, I responded, already jogging towards the trails. Setting sun was painting the sky crazy colors. Deep crimsons, purples. Too vivid, unnatural, like blood spilled in water. Another rule seared into my brain as I ran. Rule 9, when the sky turns red, the old trails will open. Stay on the marked paths after sunset, no matter what you hear. Great timing on that one, universe. Air was getting heavy, thick with sulfur smell. And something else, wet, organic. Rule 8, when the air smells like copper and wet fur, they are hunting. Popped into my head. Just perfect. I found Sarah standing at the edge of the boardwalk, face white as a sheet. Usual tourist crowd, gone. Belongings scattered everywhere though. Benches, cameras, water bottles, half-eaten snacks. Steam rising from Old Faithful in thick clouds, but the timing was off. Wasn't due to erupt for another hour. Where is everyone? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Sarah just pointed towards the far side of the Geyser Basin. Through the steam, I could see movement, people. Walking slowly, almost mechanically, towards one of the old maintenance trails. Trail that hadn't been used in decades. Shouldn't even exist anymore. They just started walking, Sarah whispered. All at once, I tried to stop them. She held up her radio. No signal. Phones are dead too. Sun touched the horizon. Steam turned crimson red. And then I saw them. Dark shapes moving in the vapor. Too tall to be human. Movements liquid, wrong. The whistle burned in my pocket. New rule branded itself into my mind. Rule 10 at sunset. They will try to lead others away. The third note of the whistle can break their hold, but the price for using it is steep. Choice time. Use the whistle, break rule 2. Or watch those tourists walk right into whatever was waiting on those old trails. Shapes in the steam were getting clearer, solidifying. Long limbs, too many limbs reaching out through the red mist. Sarah, I said quietly. Cover your ears. What? Cover my ears. She looked at me like I was nuts. Just do it. And no matter what happens, don't look at them directly. I pulled out the whistle. Metal was hot now. Hot enough to blister. Tourists were almost to the old trail. Sun halfway gone, shapes in the steam, faces now. Or something like faces, turned in my direction. Expectant hunger in those knots in the wood. I raised the whistle to my lips, knowing I was about to find out exactly why Rule 2 existed. Sometimes breaking rules is worse than following them. Sometimes following them is worse than death. I blew the whistle, and the world went wrong. The sound that came out, it wasn't sound at all. Absence of sound, vacuum. Swallowed everything. Hiss of steam, wind, even my own heartbeat. For one terrible moment, the world just existed in perfect silence. Then the screaming started. Not from the tourists. They'd stopped moving. Frozen mid-step like mannequins. The screaming came from beneath us. Deep, resonant howl made the boardwalk vibrate. Ground cracked. Sulfuric steam erupted from new fissures, spiderwebbing across the basin. Ben. Sarah's voice sounded far away. What's happening? Couldn't answer. New rules burning themselves into my brain. Each one, a fresh wave of pain. Rule 11. The whistle remembers those who break its rules. It will make you watch what comes next. Rule 12. When the ground splits, do not look into the cracks. What lives down there is older than the park itself. Rule 13. If you hear singing from below, hum along. Breaking harmony invites their attention. Seriously, who wrote these rules? Shapes in the steam changing, condensing, more solid. What I thought were extra limbs, branches, or things like branches, extending from torsos that twisted, reformed with each pulse of steam, moving towards us now, purposeful, no longer hiding. And they were humming, started low, almost subsonic, quickly built into this complex harmony, made my teeth ache. Following Rule 13, I started humming along, grabbed Sarah's arm, forced her to hum too. Tourists stayed frozen. But their shadows were moving on their own, stretching towards the creatures, like eager hands. This was seriously messed up. Don't stop humming, I managed to whisper between notes. No matter what. Nearest creature reached one of the tourists, middle-aged dude in a photography vest, touched him with a branch-like limb. His shadow snapped taut, like a rubber band. Man's eyes opened, and what looked out through them wasn't human anymore. Just empty. Old Faithful erupted behind us. But what sprayed into the darkening sky wasn't water, black as oil. Caught the last rays of sunlight, like fragments of broken glass. Each drop that hit the boardwalk, sizzled, burned right through the wood. New rules seared into my mind. Rule 14. The corruption spreads through shadows first. Once it reaches their eyes, they can't be saved. No way to help them now. One by one, tourists' shadows pulled towards the creatures, stretching impossibly long. I watched in horror as each person's eyes opened. Same empty, reflecting darkness, started to smile, all wearing the exact same expression, like puppets. We need to run, I told Sarah, still humming. Between words. When I say now, run for the visitor center. Don't look back. Don't stop humming. And whatever you do, don't let your shadow touch theirs. Creatures almost on us. Up close, I could see faces, more like knots in wood. Deep hollows where eyes should be. Humming louder. Could feel something trying to grab hold of my own shadow. Another rule, burning like fire. Rule 15. They can't cross running water. The bridge by the visitor center is your only chance now. That bridge was our only hope. I shoved Sarah towards the path. Nearest creature reached for us. We ran. Shadows flickering in the fading light, stretching, contracting with each step. Behind us, synchronized footsteps of the possessed tourists. Mechanical, wrong. Humming louder, more insistent. Deep beneath our feet, something ancient was stirring, awakened by me breaking Rule 2. The whistle burned against my leg. I knew, with terrible certainty, this was just the beginning of the punishment. Because now, another rule forming. Worse than all the others. Rule 16. What rises at sunset must be gone by sunrise. If any remain in our world by dawn, the whistle will call everything through. Dawn was hours away. We were screwed. The path to the visitor center had never seemed so long. Sarah and I ran through the deepening twilight, feet pounding on the boardwalk, humming still vibrating in our throats. Behind us, the synchronized footsteps of the possessed tourists, getting closer, movements unnatural, fast, fluid. New rule burned into my mind as we ran. Rule 17. They can smell fear. The more afraid you are, the faster they move. Great. Just what I needed to know. Black liquid from Old Faithful was spreading through the sky, like ink in water, blotting out the last bit of sunset, air thick with that copper and wet fur smell. Each breath a struggle. Our shadows stretched and contracted with every step, dancing in the weird light. Bridge. I gasped between hummed notes, pointing ahead. Wooden footbridge over the thermal stream. Only about 200 yards. Rule 15. They can't cross running water. Just had to make it there. That's when Sarah's humming faltered. Harmony shattered, like glass. Every possessed tourist behind us stopped. Perfect unison. Heads snapped towards us, audible crack. Creatures in the steam surged forward. Branch like limbs reaching. Rule 18 appeared, searing urgency. Rule 18. Once the harmony breaks, you have 3 heartbeats to restore it. Count them carefully. 3 heartbeats. That was it, 1 heartbeat. Sarah stumbled, eyes wide with terror. 2 heartbeats. Nearest creature's shadow touched her heel. 3. I grabbed the whistle and blew. Didn't care about consequences anymore. Sound. 1,000 voices screaming in harmony. Chord that shouldn't be possible from a single instrument. Sarah's shadow snapped back to normal size. She started humming again, instinctively. But the whistle call, it attracted something else. Ground beneath the boardwalk began to bulge. Wood planks splintering. Something massive pushing up from below. Steam hissed through the cracks, carrying this smell. Ancient decay. Rule 19 branded itself into my consciousness. Rule 19. What sleeps beneath the park is always hungry. The whistle song is both dinner bell and menu dinner bell. Seriously, run. I shoved Sarah forward as a section of boardwalk exploded behind us. Something emerged from the hole. Huge serpentine. Skin like volcanic rock, glowing with inner heat. Possessed tourists turned towards it, eager. Shadows stretching to meet its massive form. Almost to the bridge. Creatures in the steam closing in from both sides, trying to flank us. Wooden faces split open, revealing geodes. Crystalline formations. Geode teeth clicked together. Counterpoint to the humming. This was insane. 30 yards. Humming a full chorus now. Sounded like it came from the ground itself. Could feel it trying to sync with my heartbeat. Pull my shadow away from my feet. 10 yards. Serpentine thing breached the ground again. Closer this time, fading light I could see. Head. No, heads. Many. Each one a different shape. All moving on their own. Reached the bridge. Sarah hesitated split second. I pushed her forward. Run. As she crossed, I turned to face what was coming. Whistle pulsed against my leg, almost eager. One final rule burned into my brain. Rule 20. Only one can cross the running water. The other must be sacrificed to seal the way.
Wait, what? No way. Sarah, I yelled.
Still running. When we reach the bridge, don't stop. Don't look back. Just get to the visitor center. Raise the alarm. She glanced at me, realization dawning in her eyes. Ben, no. Thing from beneath the ground, closer. Moving through earth like a swimmer in water. Possessed tourists followed, in its wake. Movements completely inhuman now. Bodies contorting in ways that shouldn't be possible. 50 yards to the bridge. Creatures in the steam closing in. Wooden faces. Geode teeth gleaming. 30 yards. Humming deafening. Deafen yards. Serpentine thing breached again. Heads writhing. Reached the bridge. Sarah hesitated. Split second. I pushed her forward. Run. As she crossed, I turned to face what was coming. Whistle pulsed against my leg, almost eager. One final rule burned into my brain. Rule 21. The whistle requires a worthy bearer. Prove your worth through sacrifice. Or join their ranks. Sacrifice. It wanted a sacrifice. I raised the whistle to my lips. Sarah's footsteps fading behind me. Possessed tourists yards away. Shadows stretching, grasping. Many-headed thing reared up, silhouetted against the dark sky. Wooden-faced creature circled, jewed teeth gleaming. I had the whistle. I had the rules. And now choice. My fate. Park's fate. Sometimes. Only way to win. Break all the rules at once.
Yeah, let's try that.
Took a deep breath. Started to play. Song no human was ever meant to know. The song from the whistle. Impossible. Sound of tectonic plates grinding, magma churning, time unwinding itself. Each note, another rule broken. Walled around me twisted more with each violation. Possessed tourists stopped, heads tilted, synchronized, listening. Wooden creatures. Branch limbs swaying to the rhythm, crystalline teeth catching the last light. Many-headed thing coiled itself, unsure, attack or retreat. I played till my lungs burned. Whistle so hot blistered my lips. Sound echoed across the basin, bouncing off thermal pools, rock formations. Harmonies shouldn't be possible. Steam rose in twisted columns, shapes forming. Like letters in some ancient language, shadows started to dance. Peeling away from their owners. Tourists, creatures, rising up like black flames. Swirled around me vortex. Drawn to the whistle song. Could feel them, trying to grab my shadow, pull it into their dance. But I kept playing. Many-headed things struck first. One head snapped forward, whip fast. I dodged, whistle glued to my lips. Head hit the bridge support instead. Wood groaned, but held. Other heads followed. Forest of writhing serpentine forms around me. Wooden creatures advanced next. Bodies creaking, splitting, more crystalline structures inside. Geode teeth clicked, counterpoint to my song. Possessed tourists followed, puppets on invisible strings. Surrounded, cut off from the bridge, both sides. Steam hissed through the boards, copper and wet for smell. Whistle song, crescendo. Felt something shift deep beneath the ground. Ancient steering. Awakened by breaking every rule that bound it. Thermal stream below the bridge boiling. Black liquid, like Old Faithful, burst from water geysers. Each jet, crystallized as it fell. Obsidian spears impaled wooden creatures. Bodies shattered, more crystals inside like split geodes. Many-headed thing recoiled, heads weaving. Agitated. Possessed tourist shadows torn apart by the wind of my song. Shredding like smoke in a storm. One by one, they collapsed. Eyes rolled back, normal. Unconscious, but unharmed. But the whistle song changing. More complex, demanding. Trying to take control. Play itself, vision blurred. Dark spots dancing at the edges. Couldn't keep this up much longer. Wooden creatures left merging. Bodies twisting, fusing. Something new, massive. Many-headed thing coiled around this new amalgamation. Heads weaving through branch limbs. Threads in fabric. Together, a monstrosity towered over the bridge. Living cathedral of wood, crystal, serpentine flesh. Consciousness fading. Truth hit me. Whistle hadn't been waiting to be found. Waiting for someone desperate, foolish enough to break all its rules at once. Because only by breaking every rule could its true purpose be fulfilled. Thing facing me now. Not a monster, a door. And I'd just given it the key to fully open. Last of my strength. Changed the song. One note. Felt it hidden in the whistle since the start. Note even the whistle seemed afraid of. World went white. I woke up, sound of running water. Sarah's voice, calling my name. Bridge gone. Most of the boardwalk too. Massive crater, where they'd been. Steam rising from the depths, lazy spirals. Thermal stream, changed course. New channels carved in the earth. Water clear again. No black liquid. Ben, Sarah, other side of the crater. Rangers with her. Emergency lights flashing in the parking lot. Don't move. Rescue team coming. I tried to stand. Body felt wrong. Joints reassembled. Slightly off. Whistle beside me. Ordinary looking in the harsh lights. Surface different though. Carvings changed. New patterns. Shifted when I wasn't looking straight at them. Tourists, possessed ones, loaded into ambulances. Still out cold, but okay, apparently. No wooden creatures left. Ground littered with crystal shards. Broken mirrors of the many-headed thing. No sign of it either, but something had changed. Could feel it. Air, ground, bones. Park itself felt different. Like that last note altered something fundamental about this place. Rules gone from my head. No longer burning behind my eyes. But the absence less freedom, more calm before a storm. Waiting for rescue. Noticed things. Small things at first. Steam moving against the wind. Shadows, fraction too dark, too solid. Strange harmonies, hidden in the flowing water sound. Park still alive. Ancient other. But not bound by rules anymore. I'd broken those bonds of that final note. Rescue team reached me as dawn broke. Sky. Color not quite right. Shade between purple, green. Birds started singing. Songs complex, layered, different. They insisted on the hospital. No visible injuries though. Sarah rode with me in the ambulance. Face pale, worried. Tried to ask what happened. Couldn't find the words. How do you explain any of this? I hadn't stopped something coming through. Just changed the rules of what could be here. The whistle came with me. No one tried to take it. Not sure they could even see it anymore. It had changed me, marked me. No longer bound by its rules, but not free of its influence either. Park transformed, and me with it. Driving away. Last glimpse of Old Faithful in the rearview mirror. Erupted right then. Perfectly on schedule. Spray caught that strange dawn light, just from the mist. Familiar shapes. Wood, crystal, serpentine flesh. Smaller now, subtler, more patient. Didn't need rules anymore. Part of the park now. Like geysers, wildlife. I understood, finally. Whistle. Not a control tool. Key. Let them fully inhabit our world. And I was the one who turned it. I closed my eyes as we drove through the park gates. Still hear it though. Impossible harmony. Hiding just beneath every natural sound. Whistle hummed softly in my pocket. No longer burning. Still warm. Like a sleeping creature. Rules gone. Something far more dangerous taken their place. Freedom. And I had a feeling. This was just the new normal now. Yellowstone would never be the same. And neither would I. The fire tower was groaning in the wind, like an old man complaining about his joints. I was stretched out on this rickety cot, pretending to read this book I found on the shelf, Call of the Wild. Felt kind of fitting, actually, being stuck way out in the boonies like this. But honestly, I wasn't reading. Just staring at the pages, mostly looking over at the radio. Dead quiet. Too quiet. I gave the radio a tap, fiddled with the knobs, trying to get something, anything. Just static, hissing and crackling. Filling up the silence that was starting to get under my skin. 5 days. 5 days I'd been up at this fire tower, starting to get what old Hank, the guy who trained me, meant about staying vigilant. Wasn't just about spotting fires. It was about keeping the isolation from messing with your head. See smoke, you call it in. Don't see smoke. Guess what? You still call it in. Hank had said, all gruff and seen, it all. Not gonna be much excitement either way, kid. Best thing you can do is keep your head on straight. Straight, right? Totally nailing that. The sound of Hunk's old pickup truck kicking up gravel as he drove off was still kinda echoing in my ears. Was it the noise I missed? Or just having someone else around? Now, it was just me and Tower 12, yeah. Tower 12, go figure. This rickety old thing. Paint peeling like sunburned skin, ladder that looked like it'd been through a war. Twice a day I had to climb that shaky ladder to do my scans. Twice a day, higher than I ever wanted to be, holding my breath till both feet hit that platform. Looks solid enough, Hank had said when he showed me around, a little smirk in his voice. Easy for a dude who looked like he could wrestle a bear to say. I sighed, tossed the book aside. My eyes drifted to the view. Breathtaking, yeah, but in a way that made you feel small, like the world was about to swallow you whole. Below, just miles and miles of pine trees, thick and dark, stretching out to these jagged mountains on the horizon. Sun was going down, painting everything gold and orange, long shadows creeping through the forest. Crazy how something so empty could feel so big. Crackle. The radio jumped to life, scared the crap out of me. I almost knocked it off the table, fumbling to turn up the volume. Tower 12. This is Tower 15, Jenny, you there? It was a woman's voice, static Y, but I knew it was Jenny from Tower 15. I grabbed the receiver, thumbed the button. Yeah, I'm here. Smooth, real smooth, I thought. A pause, then Jenny's voice again. So, you made it through your first week, huh? Congrats, she said. That's longer than some of Reem last. Couldn't tell if she was kidding or what. Gee, thanks, I said, trying to sound like I knew what I was doing. Hope it's whatever it's supposed to be. You eating anything besides trail mix and canned stuff? Jenny asked. I glanced over at my kitchen counter. Pile of empty spaghetti cans was getting impressive. Canned spaghetti's good, I mumbled. Bet, she chuckled. Starting to get bored yet? How'd she know? You psychic or something? I asked. Always happens, she said, like she'd seen it 1,000,000 times. First day, it's great, right? Peace and quiet. Away from all the noise. Then you start feeling like something's missing. I looked out the window. Woods were getting darker, night closing in fast. Yeah, I said after a beat. Kinda like that. Jenny hummed through the static. Don't worry, it passes. The boredom, the weird thoughts, just gotta adjust. Week 2, you'll be in the rhythm. And what's the rhythm? I asked. Sitting around waiting for something to burn. More or less, she laughed. But hey, if that sounds bad, you'll hate what happens when something actually does go wrong. Sheesh. Thanks for the pep talk. Always so reassuring. Jenny. Look, wouldn't BSU just to make you feel better. You'll be fine, Mark. Just keep your radio on. Call me if you need anything, okay? Static crackled again. I waited a sec before answering, trying to sound all cool and collected. Truth was, I just didn't want to stop hearing her voice. Okay, I said, finally. Thanks. No answer, didn't expect one. I laid back on the cot, radio next to me. Getting properly dark outside now. Didn't even bother turning on the lights. Just watched the last bit of orange light through the window. But Jenny was right. Silence did mess with you. Made you feel like something was wrong. Like there was a fire somewhere, or some monster with glowing eyes waiting in the woods. Stupid thoughts, I knew. But silence and late night horror movies did that to you. Cut it out, I muttered to myself. Was just about to get up, dig out another cheesy VHS tape from under the counter, when I thought I saw something outside. Through the windows, trees fading into the darkness, and for a split second, something flashed between them. Light, reflection. I squinted, shifted my head, trying to get a better look. Gone, no fire, no smoke, but the silence felt different now. Not calm, not peaceful. Wind picked up, whistling through the cracks in the tower walls. I just stood there, watching, waiting for that flash of light again. Nothing. Just dark trees. Black forest beyond. Still, couldn't shake this feeling. Something was off. Tried to tell myself it was nothing, just my eyes playing tricks. But this heavy feeling in my chest, it wouldn't budge. Next day, weather was totally flipped. Warm, sunny. First day without that freezing wind. I was sweating already, just standing by the tower hatch, ready to climb down. Couldn't wait to get into the cool shade of the forest. Finally got to the bottom, took a big gulp of that fresh, pine-smelling air. Decided to take my shift time down here, at the base of the tower. Needed to clear my head. Get away from that silence for a bit before it drove me nuts, or I started seeing imaginary glowing eyes again. Air was cool, felt good. Started walking around, kicking at pine needles, listening to the birds. Something small and brown darted across the path. Too fast to see what it was. Almost peaceful. Hank had pointed out the river on the map when he showed me the area. Good landmark, he'd said, but you won't need it. Terrain's too rough down there, steep in spots, river's too fast. Stick where you can see the tower. Tried to follow his advice mostly. Every now and then, I'd glance back. When I couldn't see Tower 12 anymore, I'd stop, change direction till it popped back into view. But then I got closer to the river, and I kind of forgot about looking back. Just kept going downhill. Didn't realize how far I'd wandered till I hit flat ground. Totally different down here. More open, trees spaced out. Looked back again. Tower was gone. Sting of panic hit me. Calm down, I told myself, you're fine. Just stay on this side of the river, can't get lost.
Yeah.
Easy to say. That's when I heard it. Snap. Sounded like a branch breaking. Stopped dead. Probably just wildlife, right? Deer, bears. All kinds of critters around here. Not surprising to bump into one. But this sound was close. And now, all I could hear was the river rushing, loud and steady. Forest went dead quiet otherwise. Stood there, half a minute, listening for another snap, crackle, anything. Nothing. Took a deep breath, started walking again, heading towards the river. River was huge, way bigger than I pictured. Wide. Foamy rapids crashing over boulders, whitecaps everywhere. Walked down to the bank, started looking for a flat rock to skip. Most of the rocks around were big, round, not skippable. Found a few that might work. Didn't plan on staying long. Felt weird down here. Like eyes were on me. Didn't like it. Still, I glanced across the river, trying to see how far the other side was. That's when I heard the scream. He. Voice made me jump, spun around, thinking it came from across the river. Nobody there. Then I saw him. Man standing in a clearing, skinny, pale, waving his arms like crazy.
Over here.
Voice was frantic, high-pitched. Embarrassed, I scrambled to my feet, brushing dirt off my pants. "Hey," I yelled back. "Who are you?" "He Ted," the man shouted back. "Ted Henry. You gotta help." Trying to make sense of it, squinting to see him better. Torn shirt, dirty face, wild blonde hair. Eyes were this crazy, bright blue, gray color. He took a step towards the river, branch snapped under his foot. For a second, I thought he was gonna jump in. "Wait, help with what?" I asked, stepping closer to the bank, but not too close.
Not me.
"Him." Man pointed back into the trees behind him. "Nathan Robinson. He's stuck. We need to help him, please." Nathan Robinson. Name didn't ring a bell. Not one of the names Hank told me to watch out for. But, still, gaps in my training, big ones.
Stuck where? What do you mean? Just further in? All right?
"I don't know how much longer here." Voice cut off. Then he looked at something deeper in the woods behind him. Mouth snapped shut. Fidgeting stopped. Turned his eyes away from me, first time since I saw him. "What is it?" I yelled. "Ted." He didn't answer. Just flinched, like a scared animal. Then, next thing I knew, he bolted. Ran straight into the trees, like I wasn't even there. I shouted. Clearing went silent again, just the river roar. Looked around, trying to catch a glimpse of him. Nothing. Thought I saw something move, flash of blonde hair maybe, but just a rock. Waited a few more minutes. Nope. Decided I needed to get moving. Didn't want to be down here, if that guy came back. And even with the river noise, felt like someone could sneak up on me easy. Paranoia kicking in hard. Needed to get back to the tower, radio Jenny. Started climbing back up the hill, steep as hell. Slipped on a patch of mud, feet went out from under me. Landed hard on my butt, sliding down a few feet before I got my hands down. Stopped myself. Catching my breath, I scrambled back up, kept climbing. Finally reached the top, river sound gone. Silent forest all around again. Walked fast, back to the tower, every twig snap, every shadow making me jump. Couldn't get back to that radio fast enough. Topped the hill, saw the tower. Almost cried with relief. Ran inside, slammed the door. Grabbed the radio, shaky hands thumbed the button. "Jenny, come in." "Jenny, this is Tower 12, come in." Pressed the button again. "Please respond. I think there's someone out here." He says someone's injured. "Name's Tedder." No reply. Not even static. Heart hammering in my chest, filling up the silence. Cabin was too quiet now. Felt like the walls were closing in. Radio in my hand, dead. Tried Hank's number 2. Just static. Couldn't just sit here, wait for something. Not after Ted, not after that weirdness in the woods. This feeling of dread wouldn't let go. Nathan Robinson. Had to find Nathan Robinson. Map on the table. Grabbed it, unfolded it. Area around Tower 15, other towers marked. Tower 15, Jenny's place. Then something else, scribbled in pencil. Nathan, old towered. Next to another tower symbol. Old tower. Where Nathan had been. Or another tower he'd worked at some time. Didn't know. But it was closer than Tower 15. Maybe I could find it before I reached Jenny. Pocketed the map. Grabbed the flashlight, headed for the door. Stopped. Hand on the handle. Thought flashed, something's waiting outside. Swallowed hard. Went out. Forest didn't feel friendly anymore. Trees still tall, skinny everywhere, but the spaces between them wider now. Shadows deeper, bird and insect sounds gone. Not silent, never silent out here, but quieter, wrong kind of quiet. Further I went, darker it got. Last bit of red and orange gone from the sky. Just my flashlight beam cutting through the black. Kept clicking the button, checking it was still working. Click, click, click. Focused on my footsteps, map in my pocket, direction I was heading. North. Going north. Tower 15 wasn't far, map said. And if Ted was telling the truth, old tower was the only place to go. But why'd he look up like that? Shined the flashlight where I heard the noise, then over my shoulder. Nothing. No people, no movement. Just the silence. I said out loud, voice shaky. Just too quiet. Felt a little better saying it. Flashlight beam caught something in the distance. Few minutes later, shadowy shape darker than the trees around it. Shape of a tower, but not like mine. Hank said old tower was older, but this thing looked ancient, decrepit, like it'd been abandoned for decades, not years. Leaning to one side, rust and peeling paint everywhere. Good landmark, Hank had said. Not in my book. Headed over to the ladder. Looked up. Nervous chill at the thought of climbing that thing. Rungs chipped. Whole thing looked like it'd crumble if I tried. Still, no choice. Jenny was up there. Had to be. Wanted to yell, but knew it was pointless. She wouldn't hear me, not even if I screamed. Couldn't even hear her on the radio half the time. Stuck the flashlight under my arm, started to climb. Each step up the ladder echoed inside the hollow tower. Rusty metal scraping under my palms. Had to stop for a sec. Smell was getting stronger. Dry air up here, but something else too. Sickly sweet, like decay. Something I couldn't place, didn't want to. Finally, reached the wooden platform, stepped out. Boards groaned under my weight, worried I'd fall through. Smell was stronger here. Turned around, saw the cabin door open. Not wide, but like someone kicked it in. Tried to close it again, half-assed job. Inside, food wrappers scattered in the corners, ripped open. Animals. People, couldn't tell. Empty cans all over the floor, dented, covered in rust. No, something else. Flies buzzing around piles of garbage. Too dark to see for sure. Then I saw the bed. Choked back a cry, stumbled back. Almost fell off the platform. Nathan Robinson. Didn't need to see the wallet on his chest to know. Just knew. He hadn't been sick. Nathan hadn't just passed away in this room. Hunting knife across his chest, like a full stop at the end of a sentence. Blade stained. Blood so old it was almost invisible. Head twisted to the side, body tangled in the sheets. Blood dried into the fabric. Imagined what happened. Couldn't stop the worst scenarios from flooding my brain. Mattress stained black. Unspeakable stories in those blotches. Flies buzzed. Noise getting louder, drowning out my heartbeat. Shined the flashlight on the body, wallet, then the floor leading to the door. Scratch marks on the boards, like someone dragged out. Stomach lurched. Stench was overwhelming. Gagged, pulled my sweater over my mouth. Nose trying not to puke. No, I whispered. Hands shaking, flashlight beam jumping around. No, no, no. Tripped over something. Almost fell backwards off the tower, stumbled back to the doorway. Tumbled down the ladder, flashlight still clutched in my hand. Nearly fell a dozen times on the way down. Finally hit the ground, feet landing hard, almost went down on my knees. Took off running. Not thinking, just reacting. Needed to get away. Away from that scene, that smell of death. Branches clawed at my shoulders, tripped. Almost face planted, caught myself. Tears streaming down my face, gasping for breath, sadness, terror. Buth. Needed to get back to Tower 12. Needed safety. Finally, saw light ahead, clearing. Burst from the trees, ran up the stairs to the cabin. Inside, slammed the door, spun around. Flashlight sweeping, making sure nobody was with me. Grabbed the radio. Tower 15. Tower 15, anyone, come in. No reply, not even static. Slammed the door harder this time, walked fast to my desk, flashlight on, locked the door behind me. Checked it twice. Backed away, feeling like the walls were closing in. Everything in the tower felt wrong, alien, like it belonged to someone else. Radio on the desk, picked it up, trembling hand, almost dropped it, held it tight. Jenny, I said into the radio. Tower 15. Come in, please. Static. Picked it up again, thumbed the button. Hark, are you there? Shouted into it. Come on, come on. Hank, don't do this now. Still nothing. Just static. Faint, soft static, almost drowned out by the ringing in my ears. Slammed the radio down, harder than I meant to. Tried to breathe, calm down. Felt like the forest had crawled inside the cabin. Could smell it, hear it, taste it. Deep breath. Needed to hear the cabin noises for what they were. Then I heard it. Stick breaking outside. Flashlight snapped to the window, held my breath. Had to listen. Stepped closer, lowered the light, tried to see out. Pitch black. Darkness that wasn't just no light, but something else. Treetops swaying in the breeze, moonlight, but nothing below, in the dark woods. Reached for the flashlight, pointed it to a corner of the room. Wanted to turn it on, hesitated. Told myself, wildlife. What else could it be? But even saying it, didn't believe it. Feeling watched. Whispered to myself, trying to quiet the racing thoughts. Just wildlife, I said. Just wildly. Voice trailed off. Sound of my own voice just made it worse, echoing in the silence. Like I was calling out to something unseen. Then another snap. Slower this time, like something careful, moving towards the cabin. Heart leaped into my throat. Wave of panic. Wanted to believe it was just animals, but instinct screamed otherwise. Backed away from the window. Grabbed a chair. Dragged it to the door, propped it under the handle, jammed it against the latch. Didn't know if it'd do anything, but had to do something. Couldn't just stand there, waiting for whatever was out there to come for me. Chair braced, I backed away, stumbled into the ladder to the platform. Didn't feel safe down here anymore. Started climbing. Slow, careful steps. Didn't want to break through the platform. Wood thin, felt it. Flashlight tucked under my arm, clinging to the ladder edge. Slipped once, caught myself. A little less claustrophobic up top, but just a little. Reached the platform, knelt down, deep breaths. Not much space. Low walls, not much protection. Air cold up here, colder than below. Everything quiet. Not the normal quiet, the wrong quiet. Crouched down. Turned on the flashlight, slow beam sweeping across the trees. Tall, sharp, branches unmoving in the moonlight. Swept the beam back and forth. Nothing. Kept going. Didn't know what else to do. Hoping for something to make sense. Something I could explain away. Minutes passed. Hour maybe. Checked the flashlight batteries a couple times, thumb on the button. Beam flickered, shadows shifted on the railings. Tried to keep my hands steady. Hard then, a voice. Help, loud, but far away. Echoing somewhere. Help me, please. Jumped. Flashlight snapped towards the sound. Beam flashed on one side of the forest. Trees. Just trees. But sounded like Jenny. That short, no-nonsense way she talked. Couldn't hide it even when she tried to be friendly. Sounded like that now. Then I heard it again. Longer this time. Please, Mark. Like she'd seen me, calling out to me. Stood up, forgot about keeping low, moved to the railing, waved the flashlight back and forth. Jenny yelled, "Where are you?" No answer. Then fainter, "Please, Mark, hurry." Distant, coming from the woods. Wanted to believe it, so badly. Swept the flashlight, frozen, terrified, desperate. But the more I looked, the more I doubted my eyes. Thought I saw something, but the longer I stared, the more it looked like just shadows. Stayed there, frozen, not knowing what to do. Didn't come down till the sun started to peek through the trees. Even then, clinging to that dead flashlight. White, knuckled grip. Jenny's voice, gone. Pale light of morning crept through the windows, sharp and cold, making everything in the cabin look stark. Not reassuring at all. If anything, it made the place feel even more closed in, more cut off, more helpless. Got up from the floor, knees aching, back stiff. Hours I'd been sitting there, leaning against the ladder to the platform, trying to calm my head, figure things out. Legs felt numb, wobbly. Flashlight was dead. Used it up, wouldn't turn it off. Hoping it would last till sunrise, didn't. Now, just daylight. Enough to see, not enough to feel safe. Put the dead flashlight on the table. Didn't want to let go of it. Still felt the cold metal in my hand. Still didn't feel like eating, drinking anything. But I knew I had to. Eventually, throat was dry, scratchy. But first, I had to. Lost track of everything. Priorities, plans, gone. Last clear thought. Jenny's voice. Hearing it fade away. Wanted to believe it was her, still alive, trying to reach me. But it didn't make sense. Didn't fit with anything else. Felt like a trick, cruel joke to mess with my head, make me doubt myself. Couldn't trust it. Couldn't trust anything. And yet I'd waited for her to call back. Waited for her to explain. She hadn't. Left me alone with the confusion, the fear. Sharp stab of anger, sadness, longing, regret. Missed her like crazy, but couldn't let that cloud my judgment. Had to stay focused, stay alive. And Nathan's body, face,
Smell, message. Nausea.
disgust rising up again. Had to know what was going on. Who did this? Why? Was there still a chance for Jenny? Slowly, opened the cabin door. Quiet as I could. Didn't want to alert anyone. Anything. Watching. Climbed down the ladder, dread heavy in my gut. Didn't want to see Nathan's body again. But I had to. Had to look for clues. Signs. Anything to tell me what happened, where Jenny might be. Reached the bottom, stepped onto the dirt and gravel. Walked around the base of the tower, searching. Pencils. 3 of them. Scattered on the ground by the second tower leg. 2 were stubs, dirty, worn down. 1 broken in half. Jenny. Only thing I found. No struggle signs. No footprints, nothing. Squatted down, looked closer, missed anything. No weight, shell casings. 3 of them. Lying in the dirt, next to the second leg. Picked one up. Felt it between my fingers. Fired recently. Could tell. Swallowed hard. Jenny, I mumbled, hoping, stupidly, she could hear me. Stood up, wiped my hands on my pants. Looked up at the wrecked platform of old tower again. Shiver ran down my spine. No, not a shiver. Cold again. Just like before. Time to get out of here. Didn't even think about it. Needed to leave. That was it. Didn't want to take the casings, pencils, nothing. Didn't matter. Had to leave now. Get back to the ranger station. Get in touch with Hunk. If I could get in touch with Hunk. If he was still there. Whatever that meant. Had to go. Had to go now. Sun hadn't fully risen. But the dirt trail leading from Old Towerback towards the ranger station was visible in the dim dawn light. Same trail I'd walked up, but now felt different, alive, or like something alive had crawled into it during the night, settled there. No comfort in the spaces between the trees. No direction felt safe. Clearing to the north, though, headed that way, at first, just like any other walk in the woods. Walked on the trail, or where I thought the trail was, eyes open, looking for anything weird. Light was dim, had to make sure shadows were just shadows, not something else. Listened to the sounds. Crack from a breaking branch. Somewhere. Couldn't see anything. Told myself, nothing. Faint rustle, like something walking a few yards to my right. Couldn't see anything there either. Didn't take long to notice something was off. Strange feeling, like walking the wrong way. Checked the compass. Normal. Path probably just curving east more than I thought. Told myself that. But the feeling wouldn't go away. Stopped. Turned around. Wildlife, I said out loud. Trying to convince myself. Didn't work. Looked around. Nothing. No more sounds. That's what worried me most. Like the world had gone silent. Took another step. Hesitated. Still not sure if I was going towards or away from whatever made that rustling. Wanted to turn back. Didn't. Then I heard whispers. Turned my head. Left, right, like that would help me hear better. Voices too low to make out words, but sounded like men. Struggling to speak. Not animals. Knew that. Walked faster, few steps at a time. Ignored the voices behind me. No wind. Why no wind? No time to think. Few more steps. Tree. Big one. Something dark, almost black, dripping from its. Everything went blurry. When I came to, I was back inside Tower 12. Lying on the floor, staring up at the ceiling. Couldn't breathe. Like I'd been holding my breath for forever. Pain too. Side of my head throbbing, blood leaking out, soaking into the floor. First thought, someone took me. Brought me back here. Didn't want to be back, scared. Wasn't supposed to be here. Sat up, looked around. They'd put me on the couch. Who? Didn't know. Room felt different. Or maybe it was me that was different. TV was on. Documentary about wildlife maybe. Big bear walking across a field. Then it started over. Then over again. Like a GF stuck on repeat. Blinked a few times. Nope. TV still looping, still blurry, like I was in a dream. Didn't remember turning the TV on. Static noise all around me. Barely audible, but there. Same static coming from the radio on the desk. Radio was on. Glowing red. Patterns in the static, like someone trying to send a message. Thought I could hear talking. Mark. Froze. Stared at the radio. Like looking at it would explain how it just said my name. Crackling kept going, but nothing else spoken. Still. Couldn't look away. More noise under the static now. Faint, mumbling, unintelligible. Sounded like speech. Wet, rhythmic speech. Turned the volume down a little. Didn't help. Noise still there, bugging me more than I wanted to admit. Turned it down more, almost silent. Still there. Always there, in the back of my head. Tried to stand. Pain hit again, stabbing in my side. Winced, touched it. Sore spot. Cold to the touch. Looked down at my hand. Expected blood. Nothing. No blood, no bruise, just pale skin, faint blue line across my side, like a vein, too straight, too unnatural. Touched it again. Something under the skin. Hold. Metal. Jerked my hand back. I'd been burned. Didn't understand. Didn't understand anything anymore. Losing it. Going crazy. Had to get out. Get away from this place. Forest. Stumbled to my feet. Started for the door. Legs weak, shaky, almost fell again. Leaned against the wall, catching my breath, trying to steady myself. Glanced back at the radio, still glowing red. Static still hissing, louder now. More insistent. Mark, radio again. Louder. Clearer this time. Like someone right next to me, whispering in my ear. Mark, help me. Jenny's voice. Sure of it, her voice, but different, distorted, strained, pain. Dane, Jenny. I said back to the radio. Jenny, is that you? No reply, just static. Then the voice again. Mark, pleasey help me. Fainter now. Then gone. Static back. Red light on the radio went out. Stood there, staring at the silent radio, heart pounding. Didn't know what to believe, what was real, what wasn't. Jenny still alive. Trick. Hallucination. Had to know. Had to find out the truth. Couldn't stay here. Not longer. Had to get out of this tower. Find Jenny. Or find out what happened to her. Deep breath. Walked to the door again. This time, didn't hesitate. Opened it, stepped outside. Sun was up. Forest still dark, menacing. Trees watching me. Branches like skeleton arms reaching. Air cold still. Strange smell. Decay. Something else. Metallic, sharp, like blood. Started walking towards the trail, leading down from the tower. Didn't know where I was going. Just had to keep moving. Keep going till I found something. Something to explain this. Something to help me escape this nightmare. First thing I knew, sand. Hot, gritty sand all up in my face. Felt like my eyelids were superglued shut. And every muscle in my body was screaming at me when I tried to even twitch. Waves were crashing nearby. This constant whooshing sound that was louder than the pounding in my head. Okay, brain, I thought. Let's get it together. I forced my eyes open. Blinding sunlight. I squeezed them shut again, then tried again, slower this time. Yep, definitely a beach. White sand, stretching forever in both directions. Behind me, the ocean was this huge turquoise thing. Waves rolling in and smashing on the shore like, right next to me. No land in sight, no boats, nada. Just me and the big blue. I pushed myself up to sit, groaning like an old man. My body felt like I'd been hit by a truck. Twice. What the heck happened to me? I looked around, hoping for, like, a clue, anything that made sense. Nothing. Just beach, ocean, and this crazy thick jungle in front of me, packed with trees and vines. The air was heavy, sticky, and I was already sweating buckets. I wiped my forehead and felt a sharp sting on the back of my neck when I turned to look at the jungle. Reached up and felt this small, clean puncture wound at the base of my skull. What the? I muttered, poking at it like it was gonna bite me. Felt fresh, like it just happened. My head was a total mess of confusion. Couldn't remember anything. Not how I got here, not even where was. Heck, I couldn't even remember my own name. How messed up is that? Panic started creeping up, but I shoved it down. Freaking out wasn't gonna help. Gotta think, gotta figure stuff out. Took a closer look at myself. Wearing some kind of green camo outfit, heavy boots. Like a soldier or something. Was I in the army? No clue. Memory bank was totally empty. Then I saw it, a name tag stitched on my shirt, UNEXPLAINED, Alex. Okay, that's something. My name felt right. Felt like me. Alex. I said out loud, testing it out. Felt good to have a name, even if it was the only thing I knew for sure. But what about the one and eleven? Was that important? Filed it away in the figure out later part of my brain. Right now, got to find out where I was and if anyone else was around. I wobbled to my feet, legs shaky as jelly. Beach was deserted. No people, no buildings, nothing to show anyone had ever been here but me. Looked like I was stuck on a desert island. Awesome. Just awesome. Shipwreck. Plane crash. My brain was racing, trying to come up with anything that made sense. Started walking towards the trees. Sun was beating down. Sand was burning my feet through my boots. Every step was a struggle. Then I saw them. Footprints in the sand, heading towards the jungle. And not just any footprints, these were boot prints, heavy military-style boots, just like mine. Hope shot through me.
Someone else was here!
Maybe they knew what was going on. Maybe they could help. Followed the tracks, heart pounding, part hope, part scared. Jungle was noisy, birds, bugs, but didn't see anyone. Then, just as I was about to hit the trees, a guy stumbled out of the jungle. First, just relief. Then, as he got closer, pure shock hit me. Guy was my height, my build, wearing the exact same commo as me. But that wasn't the crazy part. Crazy part was his face. It was my face. Same eyes, same nose, same mouth. Like looking in a freaking mirror. He even had the same confused look I probably had. His name tag said, Mr. Twal. My jaw dropped, just stood there, frozen, staring at him like an idiot. This was too much. Brain officially fried. His face told me he was just as freaked as I was, but he snapped out of it faster. He yelled, voice cracking. What the hell is going on? Who are you? Just stared, speechless. Then finally croaked out. I'm Alex. Guess you are too. Hoped we could talk, figure this out together. But then I saw it. The fear in his eyes, turning to anger. And before I could even react, he charged. He tackled me hard, sending us both flying in the sand. Tried to get up, fight back, but he was on top of me, boot on my chest, pinning me down. You did this, he screamed, spitting in my face. I know you did. What did you do to me? Tried to say something, anything, but with his boot crushing my ribs, hard to breathe, let alone talk. But didn't matter. Benj. Mark Twel's head exploded, just like that. 1 second there, screaming in my face, next second, gone. Red mist. Spray of blood and bone, then his body slumped onto the sand. Scrambled back, horrified, mind spinning. Didn't even hear the shot, just the mess. But heard the second one, sharp crack as a bullet whizzed past my ear, kicking up sand. Oh crap, I yelled, jumping up. Someone was shooting at us. Couldn't see where from, and wasn't sticking around to find out. I ran. Ban. Another shot. Closer this time. Sitting duck out here on the beach. Gotta get to the trees, find cover. Being. Could almost feel the bullet graze my skin. Seconds. That's all I had before the sniper found me. Then, heard a voice shouting from the jungle.
Alex, over here, Alex. This way.
My voice. Another me. No time to think. Dove for the trees, felt hands grab me, pulling me into the jungle just as another shot rang out. My rescuer hauled me up, yelling in my ear. This way. Follow me. Didn't need to be told twice. Followed him blindly, deeper into the jungle, leaving the bloody beach behind. We ran, dodging trees, jumping roots, lungs burning. Finally, stopped in a small clearing. by a stream of clear water. Leaned against a tree, gasping, trying to make sense of it all. "We should be safe here," my rescuer said, voice almost exactly like mine. "For now, anyway." Turned to face him, like looking in a mirror again, but this time, name tag said, BN4. "Drink," he said, pointing to the stream. "Gotta stay hydrated in this heat." Nodded, grateful, knelt by the stream, cupped water in my hands. "Drank here," Ben4 said, tossing me a small red fruit. "Eat this, need energy." Caught it, bit into it. Sweet, juicy, gone in seconds. "Thanks," I said, wiping my mouth. "You're a lot nicer than the last guy I met," Ben4 chuckled. "Yeah, well, we're all pretty much the same, personality-wise, but some of us handle the shock a little differently. Been here a while. 4 days, actually. 4 days. How'd he survive that long? So, you got any idea what's going on here?" I asked, hoping for answers. His smile faded. "Yeah," he said, voice serious. "Think I do." He paused, then looked me straight in the eye. "We're clones, man. Copies. There's an original Alex out there, and she has it out for him. Rest of are just targets." "What?" I stared, confused. "That's insane." "Is it?" Ben4 said, raising an eyebrow. "Look her at me. We're living proof." "You're saying we're clones?" I asked again, the word feeling weird and wrong. Sounded like something from a bad sci-fi movie, not my actual life. "That's not possible." Ben4 sighed and sat down on a mossy rock, looking totally defeated. "Didn't want to believe it either, man. But after seeing what I've seen, after being here this long, it's the only thing that makes any sense." My head was spinning. Clones. Too crazy. But then again, just watched a guy who looked exactly like me get his head blown off. Maybe crazy was the new normal, and if I was a clone, it would explain the memory loss, right? But why? I asked, the question burning in my brain since I woke up on the beach. Why would someone clone us? And why hunt us? "That," Ben4 said, picking at a loose thread on his uniform, "is the $1,000,000 question. But I got a theory. They drop us here in batches. You and that other guy on the beach, you were part of the latest batch. He didn't make it. You did. This island, it's like a hunting ground. And with a chill went down my spine. Hunted, like for sport." He nodded, face grim. "Like animals. I've seen it happen. Been lucky so far, but I've seen others who look just like us, get taken out. She's good too." "Ruthless. She?" I asked, voice barely a whisper. "Who is she?" "The hunter," he said, eyes scanning the jungle like she'd pop out any second. "A woman, young, beautiful, and deadly. Saw her once from far away, finishing off another one of us with a knife. Don't know her name, but I know her face. You'll know it too, probably. It's like a memory from the original, maybe." He looked at me then, and I saw something flicker in his eyes. Recognition, fear, hard to tell. "But why is she doing this?" I pushed, frustrated and scared. "What's the point? The how is easier than the why," Ben4 said, a sad smile on his face. "This woman, whoever she is, she's got serious money. Think about it. Cloning ain't cheap, right? And this island, gotta be private. Middle of nowhere, judging by the stars. My guess, somewhere in the South Pacific." He paused, gesturing to the jungle around us. "So you got cloning costs, transport costs, private island costs. This is some rich person's messed up game, or some rich family's. But the why?" I repeated, needing to understand. Ben4 met my eyes, serious look on his face. "The why is more personal, I think. This ain't just sport, it's revenge. The original Alex are original. He did something to her. Something bad. Betrayed her, maybe, hurt her. And this is how she's getting back at him. By killing us, I asked, not believing it. She can't get to him. Maybe, Ben 4 guessed. Or maybe she just wants him to suffer. So she takes it out on us. We're like twisted versions of him. Easy targets. The whole thing sounded totally nuts. But the fear in Ben 4's eyes, the dead clone on the beach. Hard to just ignore it as crazy talk. This is messed up, I muttered, leaning against a tree, feeling weak. Seriously messed up. Tell me about it, Ben 4 agreed. But it's our reality now, and we gotta survive. He stood up, tense and alert. Can't stay here. Not safe to stay in one place too long. Didn't argue. He'd been here longer. He knew the rules of this sick game. Should grab some more water before we go, he said, heading to the stream. I watched him, mind still racing. Was about to follow when rustling in the bushes to my right made me freeze. Another guy stepped out of the jungle. Another Alex. This one looked different though. Wearing a ripped, dirty tux, of all things, and his eyes were wild, bloodshot. No name tag, but something else. Thick metal collar around his neck. My gut clenched. This had to be the original, Alex 1. But before I could even think, Alex 1 spotted Ben 4 by the stream. Eyes lit up, and he let out this hoarse shout. "Mistress," he yelled. "I found one." Over here. Ben 4 looked up, eyes wide with terror. Tried to run, but too late. A woman stepped out of the jungle, and even from a distance, she was beautiful. Long blonde hair pulled back, sleek dark pantsuit showing off her figure, knee-high boots. But it was her eyes that got me. Cold, dark, and hungry. And yeah, Ben 4 was right. She did look familiar, like a half-forgotten dream. Or a nightmare. She was carrying a rifle. High-powered hunting rifle with a scope. And a wicked-looking knife strapped to her belt. Ben 4 was scrambling back from the stream, trying to get away, but she raised the rifle, aimed, and fired. Shot hit Ben 4 in the back. He screamed, horrible sound, and fell. Not dead, though. Trying to crawl away, dragging himself through the dirt. The huntress walked towards him, slow, like a cat playing with a mouse. Reached him, put her foot on his back, pressed down. Ben 4 cried out again, choked sob of pain. She lowered her rifle, pulled the knife from her belt. Glinted in the sun, sharp and deadly. Knelt by Ben 4, grabbed his hair, yanked his head back, throat exposed. She whispered something in his ear, couldn't hear what. Then, quick, practiced move, slit his throat. I watched, frozen, from my hiding spot. Should have done something, helped, but I was just paralyzed with fear. Ben 4's body went limp. The huntress stood up, stepped back, checking out her work. Look of satisfaction on her face, twisted pleasure in what she'd done. Must have made a sound, gasp or something, because she snapped her head around, eyes scanning the clearing. Then she saw me, mistress. Alex 1 yelled, pointing right at me.
Fear.
Another one. Huntress's eyes locked on mine. She raised her rifle, and I knew I was dead. Closed my eyes, waiting for it, waiting for the bullet. But it didn't come. Instead, I heard her voice, cold and clear. Run, and I ran. Didn't need to be told twice. Bolted, scrambling through the jungle, heart hammering like crazy. Branches whipping my face, roots tripping me, but didn't slow down. Could hear her behind me, laughing, chilling sound that made me run even faster. She was playing with me, I knew. Giving me a head start. Making the hunt interesting. She knew this island like her backyard, and I was just a rat in a maze, nowhere to go. But still, I ran. Lungs burning, legs aching, but pushed harder, just pure terror driving me. Gotta get away, find somewhere to hide. Even though it was probably hopeless. Burst out of the jungle onto another beach. This one was different, though. Rocky cliffs jutting out into the sea, waves crashing hard. No escape route, nowhere to outrun her. This was it. Fell to my knees, fight gone. Looked up at the sky, blazing sun, and yelled, just let it all out, scream of frustration and despair. Stupid move. My yell echoed across the beach, telling her exactly where I was. Alex 1 was first out of the jungle, face red, eyes gleaming like crazy. Pointed at me, shouting, "Mistress, he's here, easy pickings." Something snapped inside me. Maybe exhaustion, fear, just how messed up everything was. But instead of cowering, begging, I felt this rush of anger, hot and strong. Launched myself at Alex 1, roaring. He yelped, surprised, tried to back up, but I was on him. Tackled him, slammed him to the ground, winded him. He was smaller than me, weaker, looked terrified as I straddled him, hands finding his throat. "Please," he squealed, voice high and scared.
Please, Alex! Don't!
We're the same, you and me. But I didn't see myself in him. Saw the monster who helped hunt the others, cheered on the huntress killing Ben 4. Hands tightened around his neck. He struggled, eyes bulging, face turning purple. Squeezed harder, rage taking over. So easy to kill him, end him right there. But last second hesitated, then shoved him away. He gasped, scrambled back, cowering like a whipped dog. But no time to think about what I almost did. Because then, the huntress stepped out of the jungle. She was furious, eyes blazing, lips pulled back in a snarl. She'd seen what I'd done, or almost done, to her pet. "You dare touch him!" She screamed, voice raw with anger. Raised her rifle, and this time, knew she wouldn't hesitate. Closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But instead of gunshot, heard a different sound. Thud. Opened my eyes. Huntress standing there, rifle still up, but eyes wide, mouth open in shock. Then, she crumpled, rifle falling. Standing behind her, figure stepped out of the shadows. Another Alex. But this one was different. Older, face-lined, weathered. Holding a thick branch, still raised from hitting the huntress. His name tag, Keral 2. He looked down at the huntress, then at me, breathing hard, wild, desperate look in his eyes. "We gotta go," he said, voice rough. "No." Before she wakes up, didn't wait for me. Turned and ran back into the jungle, gone in the trees. Stared after him, mind spinning. What just happened? Who was that? Why'd he save me? Glanced down at the huntress, then at Alex 1, still whimpering on the beach. Knew I should probably finish her, she'd just come after me again. But couldn't. Not like this. Instead, turned and followed Carl 2 into the jungle, leaving the huntress and her pet behind. Had a feeling I was gonna need answers. And Carl 2 was my only shot at getting them. Followed Carl 2 deep into the jungle, mind still racing from the beach. He moved like he was born in the jungle, weaving through trees, undergrowth. I struggled to keep up, tripping over everything. Finally, we reached this hidden cave, tucked away behind vines. Carl 2 pulled them back, motioned me inside. Cave was small, damp. Dim light filtering through cracks in the ceiling. Small fire crackling in the middle. Shadows dancing on the walls. "Should be safe here for a bit," Carl 2 said, voice echoing. Sat down hard on a rock, leaned his club against the wall. Looked around. Cave was basic. Few rough tools, wood and stone, pile of leaves in the corner for a bed. Who are you? I asked, finally finding my voice. Would you help me? He looked up, eyes just like mine, but so tired. I'm Carl too, he said, like that explained everything. Helped you cause, well, we're all in this together, right? All us Alexes. But you're different, I said, checking out his face, all the lines around his eyes. Older, he nodded. Part of the second batch they brought here, years ago. Been here the longest, years. Living on this island for years. Chill went down my spine. But how? I asked. How have you survived so long? Staying hidden, he said, learning her patterns. Avoiding the other Alexes mostly. Why avoid the others? He sighed. Most of them don't last. Panic, fight each other, make dumb mistakes. Easy targets. Then, after the first few batches, she started bringing in pet Alex 1. Made it even harder. But you attacked her. I said, why now? Why risk it? He looked down at his hands, turning them over and over. Been watching you, he said finally. You and Ben 4, back at the stream. You were different. Showed control. And when you almost killed Alex 1, but stopped, dunno. Gave me hope, I guess. Hope things could change. Looked up, eyes serious. She's getting sloppy. Too confident. Been doing this so long, thinks she's untouchable. That's her weakness. You think we can stop her? I asked, idea scary and exciting at the same time. Don't know, he admitted. But we gotta try. Can't just keep running, hiding. Gotta fight back. He stood up, moved quick for someone who'd lived wild so long. There's a place, he said, bunker, other side of the island, where she keeps supplies, and maybe, just maybe info. Info on who she is, why she's doing this, how we get off this island. What about Alex 1? I asked. Him. Shadow crossed Call 2's face. He's lost, he said. Too far gone. He's her thing now, not one of us. He picked up his club, gripped tight. Gotta go, now. While she's still out of it. Nodded. Heart pounding. This was it. Our one shot to end this nightmare. Left the cave, back into the jungle, moving fast and quiet. Two shadows in the trees. Walking, Carl 2 told me more about the island, the huntress, the other Alexes he'd known, lost. Told me about the original Alex, the Alex we were all copies of. Brilliant scientist, apparently messed with the huntress bad. So bad she went totally twisted, made this clone island just to hunt us down. Sun started going down, long shadows through the trees. Bunker was close, Carl 2 said. He got even more careful, senses on high alert. Then, we saw it. Low concrete building, half hidden by jungle. The bunker crept closer, hearts pounding. Carl 2 told me to stay back. He went to the entrance, club raised. Peered inside, then waved me over. Bunker was dark, cold, full of crates, supplies. Desk in the corner, covered in papers, laptop. Carl 2 went straight to the laptop. Fingers flying on the keyboard. Watched him, holding my breath, hoping he'd find something, anything to help. Suddenly, he stopped, eyes locked on the screen. What is it? I asked, moving closer. Didn't answer, just stared at the screen, face pale. Then, slowly turned to me, eyes full of horror, understanding. It's not him, he whispered. The original, Alex, it's not a man. What? Confused. What do you mean? He pointed at the screen. Picture on it, young woman. Beautiful, long blonde hair, striking blue eyes. Same eyes as the huntress. The original Alex, he said, voice barely there. It's her. Blood ran cold, couldn't be. But looking at the picture, those familiar features, knew it was true. We'd been so wrong. Huntress wasn't hunting us because of some guy named Alex. She was hunting us because we were copies of her. But why? What had she done? Why hate herself, her own face, so much she'd do this? Answer, I knew, was somewhere on this island. And we were running out of time to find it. Huntress would be coming for us, and now, more than ever. I knew our survival meant finding the truth, no matter how bad it was. Our lives, maybe our minds, depended on finding out about the woman in the picture, the woman who was both our creator and our destroyer. The woman who was, in a twisted way, us. I gotta tell someone about this. It's been eating me up inside for months. Like, seriously messing with my head. Part of me wished I was just losing it, you know, having a breakdown or something. But no, it's been months. And I still can't make sense of any of it. Doesn't even matter if anyone believes me. What I saw, what I felt, that was real. And now, every time I go to grab a doorknob, my hand starts shaking like crazy. So, here's the deal. I was trying to buy a house.
Yeah, I know.
27-year-old homeowner. Sounds like a joke, right? Look, I've been lucky, I get that. But I wanted my own place. Something a little out of the way, with some space. And not, like, cost an arm and a leg expensive. I started looking around the city. But everything was just way too much. I had to start looking way out in the boonies, these tiny towns in the middle of nowhere, to find anything even remotely affordable. I'd already checked out, like, 4 open houses that week, feeling totally bummed. When I saw this ad online, it seemed too good to be true. Another open house, but this one looked perfect. Apparently, the sellers were desperate to unload it fast after some deal fell through. The place was in this town called Harmony Creek. Never even heard of it. I drove out there, and sure enough, there's this dinky little billboard with a goofy blue sunflower on it, welcoming me to Harmony Creek. Okay, small town vibes, got it. I took a right onto a street called Sunbeam Lane. Seriously, Sunbeam Lane. There were only, like, 5 houses on the whole street, and the one I was there for was way down at the end. Even from down the street, I could see I wasn't the only one checking it out. Good sign, maybe. I parked on the street and just took it all in. There was an open house sign in the yard, same goofy sunflower logo as the billboard. Cute, in a creepy small town way. There was a detached garage, which was cool, and the house itself was smaller than it looked in the pictures, but still kinda cozy, you know, like manageable. Then this super cheerful dude opens the front door and greets me. He's got these thick glasses, a receding hairline that's making a run for it, and this grin that's so wide and fake it makes you think he could get away with anything. Come on in, he says, all enthusiastic. You're gonna love it. Inside, it's me, this realtor guy, let's call him Chet, and 3 other people. There's this older couple, looked like they were in their 50s, maybe 60s, and this younger woman. She had this messy, dark hair that kept falling in her face, and I swear, even at first glance, you could tell something was seriously off with her. She looked totally freaked out, like she'd seen a ghost. She wasn't even looking at the house, just kept darting her eyes around at everyone else in the room. The house itself was pretty basic. You know, downstairs there was a half bath, a little study, a kitchen, and a living room, all kind of open to each other. Stairs went up to this loft area, which made the living room feel bigger, I guess. Upstairs, there was another full bathroom, the master bedroom, and a smaller guest room. The whole place had this seriously dated 70s vibe, with faded grey and white floral wallpaper that was peeling in spots. It was a little rough around the edges, a few scuffs and tears here and there, but like Chet said, the bones of the house seemed solid, whatever that means. Chet, realtor Grin, was giving me the whole sales pitch, trying to make this place sound like a steal. He was going on and on about all the features in the kitchen. He made a big deal about how most of the appliances were going to be brand new before anyone moved in. And then he showed off this brand new garbage disposal like it was some kind of luxury upgrade. It was a decent kitchen, I guess, nothing special. But honestly, I couldn't stop watching that woman, the one with the messy hair. Let's call her Rainy. Yeah, Rainy. She was just standing outside the study, like she was guarding it or something. Super weird. Then the older couple. They wandered downstairs and asked Rainy, all polite, if they could take a peek inside the study. No, she says, just like that. No hesitation, with this weird little shrug. You can't go in there. Chet, he just smiles at them, all fake, apologetic. Don't mind her, he says, like she's some kind of crazy relative he's stuck with. Of course you can. But Rainy, she's not budging. No. She insists again, louder this time. They really can't. Chet walks right up to her and leans in close. And his whole friendly realtor act just drops. Like a switch flipped. They start arguing, low voices, back and forth. But you could tell it was getting heated fast. I could hear her saying, over and over, "This isn't what we agreed to." Creepy. The older couple, and I just kind of stood there, totally awkward, watching them go at it. Trying to break the tension, I gave the couple a smile and told them my name was, let's say, Ash.
Yeah, Ash.
They introduced themselves back. They were Carol and Dave. Your typical, friendly Midwestern types, just like I figured. They said something about being comfy nesters and wanting a fresh start. Retirement goals, I guess. They were pretty open about how much they liked the place, even with the dated wallpaper. Carol was a little hung up on the fact that you couldn't get to the garage without going outside. Inconvenient in the winter, she said. Dave, on the other hand, was already worrying about the garden. He wanted a big vegetable garden, and he was convinced the soil wasn't going to be right for it. Old people problems, you know. Still, Carol was beaming. Best place we've seen so far, she said, all excited. Sure is, Dave agreed, giving her a little nudge like, see, I told you we'd find something. Meanwhile, Chet and Rainy are still going at it, their voices getting louder. I overhear Chet call her Rainy, so at least I got her name right. And Rainy is definitely not backing down. Whatever they're arguing about, she's serious. Finally, Chet just loses it. He pushes past her, shoves his key in the lock on the study door, and says, all tight-lipped and fake, cheerful, "Right this way, folks. Let's just take a quick peek." We're not done in there. Rainy cries out, sounding desperate now. You can't just, it was supposed to be packed up. Rainy, I can't help it if you're late. Chet says, his voice hard now. No more Mr. Nice Guy. That's not, please, just give me an hour, she pleads, her voice cracking. You've had plenty of hours. He throws the study door open, like he's making some kind of dramatic point. The three of us, me, Carl and Dave, we give Rainy this apologetic look as we step inside. And man, let me tell you, that study was a disaster zone. Like a tornado hit it. So, we step into this study, and seriously, it's like a bomb went off in there. Clothes everywhere. Like someone just emptied out a closet and didn't bother to aim. Papers and books scattered all over this beat, up old desk, like it was the center of the explosion. And then there was this whole wall of bookshelves, crammed floor to ceiling with textbooks. Seriously heavy-duty stuff. Everything from advanced calculus, which, no thanks. Flashbacks to college, to some seriously weird title called Philosophical Physics. What even is that? I just stood there for a minute, trying to take it all in, like I'd walked into some kind of academic hoarder's den. Rainy, she shoves past us, grabs an empty cardboard box from the floor, and starts frantically throwing stuff into it. Like she's on a mission. Don't touch anything, she says, her voice all shaky and stressed out. Just look and then leave, please. Chet, he leans over to us, all fake, sympathetic again, and whispers, "You have to excuse her. There were some complications with the former owner." Complications? Dude, the place looks like a natural disaster zone. Oh, is she, the daughter? Dave asks, his voice all full of that Midwestern concern. Bless his heart. Chet just nods, like he can't even deal with talking about it. While Chet starts going on about the east-facing windows and the top of the line air conditioning in a house with peeling wallpaper and a study that looks like a dumpster fire. Right, I can't stop watching Rainy. She's digging through that desk like a woman possessed, stuffing photos, notebooks, and these weird little trinkets into her box. You could tell she was running on fumes, hadn't slept in days. She kept yawning, these huge, jaw-cracking yawns, like she was trying to dislocate her jaw. Carol seemed like she just wanted to get out of there, leave Rainy alone to, deal with whatever family drama was going on. But Dave, Mr. Practical, he's all about the house details. He's checking out the hardwood floors, poking at the window insulation, looking for any signs of termites or something. At one point, he almost trips and knocks over this tiny little coffee table, like a side table really, and Rainy comes running. Seriously fast. She catches this vase that was about to fall and shatter all over the floor. Don't touch anything. She cries out again, her voice cracking, even more freaked out than before. Just, if you have to be in here, just stand still, please. I'm, sorry, Dave stammers, looking totally sheepish. I was just
go over there.
Rainy waves her hands around, like she's trying to shoo away a swarm of bees. And then I notice she's still holding the vase, and her hand is shaking like crazy. And there's this weird rattling sound coming from inside the vase, like something loose in there. She shakes it again, and I swear I saw all the color just drain right out of her face. Like she'd seen a ghost, for real this time. Carefully, like it's made of glass and nitroglycerin, she tips the vase over, and something dark and heavy drops into her palm. It's a key. A big, old-fashioned bronze key. Not like a regular house key, more like something you'd see in a movie about pirates or haunted castles. Rainy stumbles back, like the key burned her hand, letting it clatter to the floor. She covers her mouth with her hand, like she's forgotten how to breathe. We're all just staring at her, thinking she's about to have a full-on panic attack or something. Nobody move. She gasps, her eyes wide, darting around the room. Nobody do anything. We all froze. Carol and Dave were barely breathing, I swear. I suddenly became hyper, aware of my own feet, like if I even shifted my weight, the floor would collapse or something terrible would happen. Chet, though, Mr. Grin is long gone. He's not impressed at all. If anything, he's totally fed up with this whole weird situation. He rolls his eyes, picks up the key off the floor, and says, all annoyed, "Rainy, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to wait outside." Like she's the one being unreasonable here. "Please, put that down," she begs, her voice trembling, like she's actually scared of him now. "You can put it with your things and take it outside," Chet says, his voice hard, no room for argument. He's done playing nice. "Just don't move," she says again. "You don't know what you're..." But Chet's already had it. He just opens the study door, steps out, and heads straight for the front door, like he's making a beeline for the exit. Rainy drops everything she's holding and runs after him, panicked. Me, Carol, and Dave, we're right behind her, because, well, what else are we gonna do? "Wait," she yells after Chet. "Please, wait." As soon as Chet puts his hand on the front doorknob, Rainy just stops dead in her tracks, like she's hit an invisible wall. "Set, please, I'm sorry," she says, her voice barely a whisper now, all the fight gone out of her. "Just step away. Give me the key, I'll leave, I promise. I swear I will, doll." "That's enough of that," Chet says, totally dismissive, and he just throws open the front door. Like he's proving a point, showing her there's nothing to be afraid of. He takes one step forward, the bronze key in his hand, passing the threshold, out of the house. We'd all made it into the main living room by now, crowding around the front door. And that's when I heard it. The study door slams shut behind us, like someone kicked it with all their might. Boom. There's this weird pressure change in the air, like when you're on a plane and the cabin pressure changes suddenly. And then a gust of wind, out of nowhere, blows through the living room, even though all the windows are closed. And then it happens. Every single door in the house slams shut with a loud click. Every door except the front door, which is wide open. Like Chet just threw it open and left it. But there's nothing there. Nothing, like nobody's standing there. Nothing like a void. Just a blank, black space where the outside world should be. It was like looking into a bottomless pit, a pool of black, viscous fluid where sunlight should have been reflecting. I stared at it, totally mesmerized, like I couldn't look away. The bright sun was still streaming in from the living room windows, making the floral wallpaper look even more faded. But in that doorway was this endless, abyssal ocean of darkness. And in that darkness shapes, tall, elongated, humanoid silhouettes, just barely visible, like shadows moving in deeper shadows. Chet tries to step back, finally realizing something is seriously wrong. But it's like parts of him are frozen in place. His arms are locked straight, like some invisible force has a hold of him. And as he tries to pull back, something starts pulling him in. His limbs start stretching, twisting, his knees bending backwards at these totally impossible angles. His scalp pulls back, the skin of his face stretching, so tight you could see the whites of his eyes all the way around, like some kind of monster mask. "Help," he manages to choke out, just one word, his voice all strained and gurgling, before he's yanked completely into the darkness. And then I heard it. His limbs quietly, sickeningly, ripped from their sockets, like tearing apart a chicken carcass, but wet. His body was bent, twisted, torn, and mangled in seconds. Black water, or something like black water, mixed with what looked like bone marrow, swirling in that black void like some kind of horrific cosmic smoothie. Those dark shapes, they just turned Chet into a cloud of flesh and cloth, disappearing into the blackness. Gone. Just like that. Rainey, without even thinking, throws herself forward and slams the front door shut, like her life depends on it, leaving the bronze key lying on the floor where Chet had dropped it. And then silence. Except for the screams. And it took me a second to realize the screams were coming from me. It was this primal scream, like an animal caught in a trap, like a baby wailing for its mother. Just pure raw terror. Carol backed into a corner and slid down to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, with Dave kneeling next to her, trying his best to comfort her, patting her back like that would fix anything. Rainey just sat there, frozen, staring at that bronze key on the floor, her face covered in a cold sweat, like she was about to pass out. My stomach felt like it was going to turn itself inside out, like I was going to puke my guts up. I stumbled towards the downstairs bathroom, needing to get away from all of it. Rainey tried to stop me, reaching out a hand, but she was too slow. Or maybe she just didn't have the energy to stop me. I burst through the bathroom door and just collapsed on the floor, hyperventilating, trying to suck in air that suddenly felt too thin to breathe. Rainey stayed outside the bathroom door, looking down at me with this totally horrified expression. You're fine," she said, but it was clear she didn't believe it herself, not even a little bit. "You're okay." But I wasn't. Not even close to okay. But compared to what just happened to Chetya, being a panicked mess on the bathroom floor suddenly felt like a blessing. At least I was still alive. Rainey stayed with me while I tried to get my act together, just sitting there on the bathroom floor, shaking like a leaf. After a few minutes of just existing, Carol and Dave, well, just Carol now, joined us outside the bathroom. We were all silent, just staring at each other, like we were all seeing ghosts, trying to process anything of what we'd just witnessed. Finally, Rainey excused herself, disappeared back into that disaster zone study, and came back with a stack of notebooks. She sat down across the hall from me, making sure to keep her distance, like she was afraid to even be in the same room as me, let alone the same bathroom. "My dad, he found something," she said, her voice totally flat, like she was reading from a script. I wasn't sure what she meant by something, but it sounded important, like it was supposed to explain all of this. We should leave," Carol said, her voice trembling so badly it was barely a whisper. "We should leave right now. Just go. We can climb out a window," Dave suggested, though he didn't sound too convinced himself. "If the door is," he trailed off, not even wanting to finish the thought. "If the door was what? Going to eat us? Please." Rainey sighed, cutting him off, sounding totally defeated. "Just stay. We'll figure it out. We have to." I mean, no offense, Carol said, looking at Rainey with this mix of pity and pure terror. But what on earth was that? Like, how do you even begin to explain Chet getting turned into cosmic smoothie? Rainey just ignored her question and started flipping through one of the notebooks, found a page, and started reading aloud, her voice monotone, like she was trying to detach herself from the words. I've been marooned in this house for 30 days. I never know where the door is. Sometimes I can hear water, sometimes not. I tried the windows, but it nearly burst my eardrums from the pressure as water came rushing in. I can't leave. I can't move. They wait behind the door. They wait for me to open. Rainey just stopped reading, scratched her head, looking just as confused as we were. Carol kept looking back and forth between Rainey and me, like she was waiting for someone to suddenly make sense of all this crazy talk. Dave just shook his head, speechless, like he'd used up all his words for the day. What does that even mean? Carol finally asked, her voice cracking. What happened? It has to do with the doors, Rainey explained, like she was stating the obvious, though she sounded like she was trying to convince herself as much as us. The wait behind the door. That's what he wrote. There's nothing there, Dave insisted, his voice getting louder, almost angry. There's light coming through the windows. It's not that easy. Doors are just doors. He was trying to logic his way out of this nightmare, bless him. It's when you open it, Rainey said, her voice trailing off, like even she wasn't sure anymore. That doesn't make any sense. Dave was practically yelling now, frustration boiling over. Rainey just stood up and handed Carol 3 of the notebooks. We can argue about the details of Dad's crazy quantum entanglement experiment later, but that's not going to help us right now, she said, all business, like we were planning a grocery run, not trapped in a house of horrors. We need to figure this out. So let's just go then, Dave said, his voice tight with desperation. Let's just leave. Now. You want to take your chances on the front door, that it won't, come back? Rainey challenged, raising an eyebrow at him. Go ahead. Be my guest. It was a dare. Dave actually took a few tentative steps towards the front door, like he was seriously considering it. Carol wanted to protest. I could see it in her face. But she just started looking back and forth between Dave and Rainey, her eyes wide with pure panic. Rainey just crossed her arms and turned away, silent, daring him to try it. I can't hear anything, Dave said, his hand hovering near the doorknob, like he was testing the water. Are you sure it's even there? It's somewhere, Rainey said, still not looking at him. I don't know the rules. It has to do with the doors. That's all I know. I finally managed to drag myself up off the bathroom floor, legs all shaky, and looked at them both. You put yourself at risk, Rainey said to me, her voice suddenly accusing, like it was my fault Chet was gone. That could have killed you. The bathroom. The door to the bathroom, or all of these doors, it could be connected. Connected to what? Hell if I knew. She grabbed one of the notebooks back from Carol and flipped to a page near the back, her fingers flying across the pages. She started reading again, her voice flat and emotionless. The framework of passageways, a concept of thought, paired in alignment. The darkness, standing shy from the mirrored back of an Imperium realm, unwilled and unbound, misshapen by the collective subconscious. We cannot pass. Our world, forgotten, blocks dissipated like a bridge cannot be built of water, and a house cannot be built of wind. But the great craftsman blames not his tools, and eternal gold can be found in humble bronze. Bronze, I said, my voice hoarse, finally making a connection. Like the key, the bronze key. Look, my dad, we weren't exactly on speaking terms. Okay, Rainey said, her voice thick with emotion for the first time. I've looked at all this stuff for days, and all I can tell you is that he was off his rocker. Completely nuts. He died in that room. She pointed towards the study, like it was some kind of tomb. Carol hugged Dave tight, finally letting out a sob, burying her face in his shoulder. He couldn't leave. Rainey continued, her voice barely above a whisper now. He was convinced that the door would eat him. Literally. Carol just sat down hard at the kitchen table, like her legs gave out. Thankfully, there was no door between the kitchen and the main living room, at least not that I could see. Dave, finally losing it, walked right up to Rainey, grabbed her by the collar of her blouse, and slammed her back against the wall. His calm, Midwestern demeanor finally cracked, shattered into pieces. We shouldn't be here, he yelled, his face red with rage, veins popping out in his neck. This is your fault. I didn't know. Rainey cried, struggling against his grip, tears streaming down her face now. It was all just ramblings, crazy talk. I didn't have time to clear it all out. How could I have known this would happen? You recognized the key, Carol said, her voice suddenly sharp, accusing. You chased after him. You asked him to wait. You knew. That's the only part that keeps coming back to me. Rainey yelled back, tears streaming down her face. Check the notebooks. The key. It's everywhere. It's everything. She was hysterical now, completely unraveling. So what do we do? Dave asked, his voice dangerously low, letting go of Rainey like she'd burned him. Do we use it? Or do we destroy it? What are we supposed to do with this damn key? Rainey just looked down at the pile of notebooks she'd managed to grab from the study. Her shoulders slumped in defeat. It was only a handful of everything we'd seen in there. But maybe, just maybe, buried in all that crazy, there was something that could save us. Some kind of answer. Anything. We were trapped. 6 doors in this house. Front door. Downstairs bathroom, study door. Upstairs bathroom, master bedroom, guest bedroom. Downstairs bathroom door was still open, and we decided, for now at least, it was safe. I could walk in and out, no problem. But the rest were like ticking time bombs. Any one of them could be our end. And that's the end of the story. For now, anyway. That's where I'm at. Trapped in this nightmare house, with Rainey and Carol, surrounded by doors that might be doorways to a well. Hell, for all I know. And all we have to go on are these crazy notebooks and a bronze key that seems to be the center of all this madness. So, yeah, that's my story, believe it or not. I haven't slept with my window open in ages. Doesn't matter how crazy hot it gets, that thing stays shut, locked up tight. It's been my thing since I was a kid, and let me tell you, it's not exactly a turn on in the summer. Most people are like, dude, just get AC. And yeah, I do, especially if I've got company coming over. But honestly, even with the AC blasting, I don't sleep that great. My brain just goes into overdrive, thinking how easy it would be for some creep to just pop the screen out, and you know. But there's one good thing about the AC, besides, not melting into a puddle of sweat, the hum. It's this constant, steady drone that just kinda swallows up the silence. See, I hate the silence. There was a time when silence was all peaceful and zen, but now it's just dangerous. Feels like something's creeping in around the edges. And the silence, it never comes alone. Sometimes, I can still hear them. The chanting, it's like it's burned into my brain. They're all out there, in the woods, chanting their weird, wordless songs in perfect, creepy harmony. It's like the wind before a storm, Rhythmic, but totally messed up. It never really went away, even though I know they all moved on or died or whatever. I know it's all in my head, I do mostly. So, this whole thing started when I was 9. My dad, Mark, and I were living in this old, 2-family house in Bridgewater, Massachusetts. We had the downstairs apartment. Upstairs was empty, the last people had just moved out. Super quiet neighborhood, tons of trees. And this huge forest right behind our place. I used to play in those woods all the time. My mom, Lisa, had just split with my dad. So it was just the 3 of us, me, my dad, and our dog Buddy. Buddy was named after Bob Marley, yeah, the reggae dude. He was an old Scotty. One of those little ankle biter dogs with the scraggly, grumpy faces. My folks got him when I was a baby, and he was my best pal, my partner in crime. He might have been a total goofball, but he was all I had. I cried my eyes out when Mom tried to take him after the divorce. He ended up staying with Dad, mostly for me. Buddy and I, we were tight. Hours in those woods. When you're a kid, your imagination is, like, your superpower. And those woods were the perfect place to let it run wild. I'd play soldier, build forts, climb trees one time. Buddy and I went so deep in there, I actually got lost. It was October, so the sun was setting super early, and I started to freak. I was terrified of being stuck out there in the dark. We were running around like total idiots, trying to find something, anything familiar, when I saw it, a clearing, with this big rock smack in the middle. Now, you see graffiti in the woods all the time, right? Names carved into trees, dumb stuff like that. I figured this was just another hangout for older kids, but something felt off. Really off. I mean, I was only 9, so I didn't really get what all the symbols and stuff meant. But even I could tell this was different. The trees around the clearing were covered in these drawings. They looked like, I don't know, a goat, man thing. Like a stick figure, but with a goat's head drawn on it. Really detailed. Way too detailed for a stick man, These things were everywhere. All over the trees, not just eye level, but way up high too. It was like whoever drew them was obsessed. And the rock, it had these red markings all over it. Letters, but not like any letters I'd ever seen. Underneath, though, there was a message, spray painted black, that I could actually read. It said, "Behold the wisdom of the horned." Below that were 5 lines, all the same height, except the 2 on the ends, which were twice as tall and spiraled out at the top. But the thing that really freaked me out were the dolls. They were hanging from the branches all around the clearing. Made of sticks, really crudely made, like some kindergarten art project. But when I looked closer, I saw what was so messed up about them. The bodies were just sticks. Yeah, but the heads, they were skulls. Animal skulls, bleached white, totally clean, with these empty eye sockets that just stared. I know this sounds nuts, but I swear those dolls were watching me. I could feel it. And they were scared. Not my fear, but theirs. Like when you know you're in deep trouble. Ever been at a party that gets busted by the cops? It was that kind of fear, times a million. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I was just a curious kid, but I reached up and touched one of the dolls. Maybe I thought if I touched it, it would just be a doll, not some creepy, watchful spirit thing. The second my fingers brushed against it, the skull fell off. The whole thing just unraveled. The skull cracked when it hit the ground. And in that moment, I knew, with a certainty that only a 9-year-old can have, that I didn't belong there. But at the time there was some relief. The spell was broken, it felt like. Buddy started barking like crazy, and it scared me so bad I screamed. I looked up, and the sky was that weird, orangey red color it gets right before dark. I had to get out of there. Buddy was staring at me, his little black eyes wide, tail wagging like he was trying to tell me something. Then he started to growl, at nothing, at everything, I don't know. When I went over to him, he took off running. No way I was getting left alone in that creepy place, so I chased after him. The last thing I saw before I ran was something that still messes me up to this day. All the other dolls, the ones that were hanging there, when I first got to the clearing, they'd been swaying a little, you know, in the breeze. But as I ran after Buddy, I saw that every single one of them was completely still, and they were all facing me. But I was too freaked out to think about that then. I just wanted to get out of there. I ran like hell, and I didn't let Buddy out of my sight. He led me straight home. I never loved that dog more than I did right then. Later, before bed, I told my dad what I saw. He just laughed and said, was probably just some teenagers messing around, and I should forget about it. For a little while, I almost did. I even managed to fall asleep without any trouble. But that night, that was when I heard it for the first time. The sound that would change everything. The sound that still haunts me. I woke up in the middle of the night. It was one of those wake-ups where you're instantly alert, you know. No grogginess, just awake. And I could hear something. At first, I thought it was just the usual night sounds, but then I realized it was coming from outside, from the woods. I got out of bed and went to the window. That's when I heard it clearly chanting. It was like a bunch of voices, all chanting in unison. Wasn't super loud, but it was definitely there. And it was rhythmic, like a song, but a really, really creepy song. Couldn't make out any words, but it sounded dark. Like something you'd hear in a horror movie, not in your backyard. My mind just flashed back to that clearing, the rock, the dolls, the whole messed up scene. I just knew, that the chanting was coming from there. And the worst part, it didn't sound that far away, like, at all. The chanting went on for hours. I just lay there in bed, frozen, listening to it. I wanted to slam the window shut, block it out, but I was too scared. Weird, I know. But I had this crazy idea that if I closed the window, I wouldn't be able to hear them if they decided to come for me.
Yeah, messed up logic.
But I was 9, okay? My brain wasn't exactly firing on all cylinders. I figured at least if they were chanting while approaching, it'd give me some warning. So, I just stayed there, listening to those creepy voices until like 4 in the morning, when the birds finally started waking up. Finally it stopped. Needless to say, I stopped playing in the woods after that. My dad noticed, of course. Kept asking me what was wrong, and I finally broke down and told him about the chanting. He just shrugged it off, same as before, said it was probably just teenagers having a party, drinking beers, being loud. But Dad, I said, why would they drink beer and make the same sound for 5 hours straight? He just told me I was imagining things, that there was no chanting, and that I should just keep my window closed from now on. Probably should have listened to him. But I don't know. Curiosity maybe. Or maybe I was just a dumb kid. The next night, the chanting started up again, right at 11 o'clock, like clockwork. Seemed even louder this time. I couldn't sleep, but I still couldn't bring myself to close the window. I was terrified, but I needed to hear them. I needed to know if they were coming. This went on for days. Every night, 11 to 4, the chanting. Sometimes I'd see this faint glow in the woods, like a fire. But it was so far away, and so quick I wasn't sure if it was real, or just my eyes playing tricks.
Some nights,
I'd managed to fall asleep from sheer exhaustion, only to wake up a few hours later in a panic, the chanting still going on. Finally, I begged my dad to let Buddy sleep in my room. I figured, if I could hear them coming, Buddy would too. He'd be my furry little alarm system, barking his head off if anyone got near the house. Dad said it was fine, and I felt this huge wave of relief. I actually thought I might get some sleep that night. I fell asleep around 8, with Buddy curled up at the foot of my bed. Woke up at 11, to Buddy going absolutely nuts. He was up on his hind legs, tail wagging like crazy, barking at the window. I jumped out of bed and looked out. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But Buddy was freaking out, growling, looking at me, then back at the window, barking like his life depended on it. And the chanting, it was still going on. Same as the past few nights. I remember feeling this knot in my stomach. If Buddy was this agitated, then the threat was real. Did they hear him? Was he giving us away? I tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't stop. Then my dad came in, looking like he'd been hit by a truck. Still half asleep. He just scooped up Buddy, mumbled something about him shutting the hell up, and started to walk out of the room. "Dad," I yelled. He was so out of it, he didn't even react.
Dad.
"The woods," I screamed it this time. That got his attention. He turned around, walked over to the window, and looked out. Then he looked back at me. "This again," he mumbled. "No, listen. That's what Buddy's barking at. There are people out there, singing. Just listen." He looked out the window again, longer this time. Buddy was still growling in his arms, head turned towards the window. I listened too. Nothing. Complete and utter silence. I couldn't believe it. Was I going crazy? Was this all some kind of messed up dream? My dad told me to go back to sleep and left the room, still muttering about Buddy. The silence was worse than the chanting, way worse. At least when they were chanting, I knew where they were. Now it was like they could be anywhere. And the worst part, the part that really freaked me out, was that there were no crickets. Usually, that time of year, the crickets were deafening. Even when the chanting was going on, I could still hear them. But now, nothing. It was like the whole world was holding its breath. I don't know how long I stared out that window. When I woke up the next day, I was still sitting in the chair by the window. That morning, at breakfast, I tried to tell my dad again about the chanting, about the silence, but he wasn't having it. He told me he didn't want to hear another word about it, that I needed to grow up and stop being so scared all the time. You know, typical dad stuff. Didn't even bother mentioning the crickets. He'd just come up with some explanation for that too. So, I just kept my mouth shut and ate my cereal. I was starting to feel like I was losing it. Maybe they were right. Maybe I was just imagining things. But deep down I knew something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. Later that day, I was waiting outside for my mom, Lisa, to pick me up. She had me weekends, and she was taking me to my grandma's house, where she was staying. I was just standing there, at the end of the driveway, lost in my own little world, when this big, black pickup truck drove by, real slow. It stopped right in front of me. 2 guys in the truck, both of them older. Probably around my dad's age. At first, I thought maybe they were friends of his, but that thought didn't last long. The driver rolled down his window and just stared at me. Bald dude, wearing these weird, thin sunglasses. Even though it wasn't even that sunny. Had this little cigar thing in his mouth, and I remember the smell, real strong and kinda gross. He just kept looking at me, like he was trying to figure something out, or like he was sizing me up. Finally, he smiled. This really creepy smile. Then he nudged his friend in the passenger seat and pointed at me. The other guy, bald and wearing the same sunglasses too. They said something to each other, couldn't hear what, and then the driver looked back at me, still with that creepy smile, and slowly drove away, waving at me as he went. Super weird. And it didn't stop there. They drove past me 3 more times before my mom finally showed up. Each time, they slowed down, stared at me, and then drove off. I didn't know what to make of it. Didn't give those guys much thought after that. I was just relieved to be going to my grandma's house, somewhere away from the woods and the chanting and the whole messed up situation. Weekend was fine, actually. Pretty normal. Grandma's house was safe, quiet. When I told Mom and Grandma about the voices in the woods, they just gave each other this look. You know, the kind of look adults give each other when they think a kid's making stuff up. They told me to talk to Dad about it. Tried to explain I had talked to Dad, that he didn't believe me, but it was pointless. They were just like him, convinced I was imagining things. Whole time though, I couldn't shake the memory of those 2 guys in the truck, or the chanting in the woods. I knew deep down that something wasn't right. Sunday night came, and Mom dropped me back off at Dad's. All day, I'd been dreading it, dreading the night, dreading the possibility of hearing those voices again. Begged my dad to let me keep Buddy in my room, but he said no. So, come bedtime, I was back in my chair by the window, staring out into the darkness, waiting. Stayed up till 11, fully expecting the chanting to start, but nothing. Silence. No singing. No crickets, just that same, heavy silence. Didn't know whether to be relieved or terrified. Maybe they were gone. Maybe they'd moved on to somewhere else. Took a while, but I finally managed to convince myself that maybe, just maybe, it was over. Crawled into bed and closed my eyes, feeling a tiny bit of hope. Then I woke up to the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. It was like a nightmare, but I was wide awake. Could feel my heart pounding in my chest, and I was instantly, completely alert. A rough, cold hand clamped over my mouth, shoving my face into the mattress. Felt someone on top of me, someone heavy, and then this sharp, stabbing pain in my stomach as a knee slammed into me. I was yanked out of bed and forced to stand, hand still over my mouth, and my left arm was twisted behind my back, pulled up so high I thought it was gonna break. "Shess," a voice whispered in my ear, breath cold and smelling like something rotten. "Yes," another voice said from across the room. My eyes had adjusted to the dark, and through the moonlight coming in through my now open window, I saw him. A man, standing there, wearing the most horrible mask I'd ever seen. At first, I thought it was a goat's head, but then I realized it was a goat's head, a real one, but not stuffed or anything, just raw. Rotted horns curled up, and patches where the fur was missing, showing bare, blistered skin. It had these dead, glassy eyes that just stared. Tried to scream, but the hand over my mouth just tightened its grip. My arm felt like it was about to snap. "Scream, and we will kill you," the voice in my ear whispered again. Couldn't look away from the goat head guy, shirtless, and he had this necklace on, made of bones, I think. Skinny like, really skinny. And he had these markings all over his chest and stomach. In one hand, he held a knife, a big one. Bigger than any kitchen knife I'd ever seen. And it didn't look like a normal knife, either. He took a step closer and pressed the knife against my throat. Cold steel sent a shiver down my spine. I just knew, that one wrong move, and that was it. In his other hand, he held a candle. Plain, white candle. "Tomorrow," the goat head guy said, voice muffled by the mask. "You will exit your house at midnight. You will light this candle, place it on the ground in the center of your yard, and you will sit behind it, legs crossed. Right foot on top of your left knee, and vice versa. If you don't do this," the voice in my ear finished the sentence, "the blood of your loved ones will be on your hands." Then, just like that, goat head guy pulled the knife away from my throat, and everything went black. Next thing I remember is waking up in my bed, gasping for air, crying. My dad rushed in, asking what was wrong. I told him everything, about the men, the goat head, the knife, the candle, everything. But he just said it was a nightmare, a bad dream. He sat down on the edge of my bed, and he looked so tired, so defeated. He told me it was probably just stress from the divorce, that maybe we should talk to a therapist, someone who could help me deal with these hallucinations. Alt felt so betrayed, so alone. I tried to tell him it was real, that it all really happened, but he wouldn't listen. He and Mom had already talked about it, apparently. They thought I was losing it because of the divorce. Their minds were made up. Nothing I said could change that. And, looking back, I guess it makes sense. Who would believe a 9-year-old kid talking about men with goat heads and the threats? Of course they thought I was crazy. Next day, I was like a zombie. Barely spoke to my dad, Mark. He tried to talk to me, but I just couldn't. Every time I looked at him, I just saw the goat head guy, heard that voice whispering in my ear. "The blood of your loved ones will be on your hands." Buddy, my dog, stayed glued to my side all day, like he knew something was seriously wrong. Just sat there in my room, watching me with those big, brown eyes. I spent most of the day playing video games, trying to zone out, but it was no use. Every few minutes, I'd catch myself staring out the window, half expecting to see them out there, watching me. My dad, he just looked lost, kept walking past my room, glancing in, but didn't say much. Spent most of the day on the phone. Figured he was talking to my mom, Lisa, about me, about how I was glozing it. Later that day, I remembered what the goat head guy had said about the candle. I was supposed to light it at midnight. But when I woke up that morning, there was no candle in my room. Searched everywhere. Under my bed, in my closet, even in the drawers, nothing. Tiny spark of hope flickered in my chest. Maybe, just maybe, it had all been a dream. A really messed up, vivid dream, but still just a dream. Maybe I was off the hook. Maybe I wouldn't have to do whatever it was they wanted me to do. The relief I felt was insane. Like this huge weight had been lifted off my shoulders. For the first time in days, I felt almost normal. Even the thought of seeing a shrink didn't seem so bad, compared to the alternative. As the day went on, I started to actually believe it. Maybe the whole thing really was just a dream. Maybe those weirdos in the woods had moved on, and the goat man was just some figment of my imagination, my brain's way of coping with all the stress. Night fell, and for the first time in a week, I wasn't terrified. I actually felt okay, like things were finally going back to normal. Man, was I wrong? I was lying in bed, almost asleep, when I felt something under my pillow. Something hard and smooth. Reached under and pulled it out. It was a candle, a tall, thin, red wax candle with a long wick. My heart just sank. Blood drained from my face. Tears welled up in my eyes. It wasn't a dream. It was all real. Right then, I relived the whole thing all over again. Cold hand on my mouth. The knife at my throat. The goat head. The whispered threats, it all came flooding back. How the hell did the candle get there? Had I missed it before? Or had they been in my room again? I lay there in bed, staring at the candle until midnight. Didn't dare close my eyes, terrified that if I did, they'd be there again, standing over me. Night was silent. No crickets, no birds, nothing. Just that dead, heavy silence. I watched the clock, minutes ticking by, each one feeling like forever. 11:58 and midnight. I looked out the window, and there they were, standing at the edge of the woods, shadowy figures in the darkness. Couldn't see their faces, but I knew they were there. And in the center, him, the goat man. They were waiting for me. They knew I'd come. They had killed my dog, threatened me, broken me. They knew I was too scared to disobey them. I grabbed the candle and walked outside. Darkness felt thicker than usual, and the air was filled with this horrible smell, like sour milk and rotting meat. My skin crawled, and I felt like I was gonna throw up. As I stepped into the yard, the motion sensor light clicked on, flooding the area with this harsh, white light. For a second, I felt a flicker of relief. Maybe, just maybe, the light would keep them away. I lit the candle with my dad's lighter and placed it on the ground, just like the goat man had told me to. Was about to sit down, cross my legs like he'd instructed, when I saw it. Two glowing green eyes. They were in the woods, reflecting the light from the backyard. High up, too high to be a dog or even a person. And they were moving, pacing back and forth. Could hear it breathing, this ragged, wheezing sound, and with each breath, I could smell that awful stench, even stronger now. I was frozen, paralyzed with fear. Knew somehow that any sudden move would send this thing charging at me. It kept pacing, never leaving the edge of the woods, never breaking eye contact with me. Every now and then, it would stop and lower itself to the ground, like a cat getting ready to pounce. Stay like that for a few seconds, then rise back up and start pacing again. Then I realized the light. It was stopping it. The motion sensor light. But I knew that light had a timer. And when that timer ran out, with every ounce of courage I had left, I forced myself to stand up. Eyes stopped moving. They narrowed, I think. I could feel its rage, its frustration. Took a step back, and it took a step forward, into the light. It was tall and thin, and it had horns, long, curling horns, just like the goat man's mask. I don't remember running back to the house. Don't remember making it inside. All I remember is the light shutting off, the darkness closing in, and this horrible, blood-curdling scream. Don't know if it was the creature's scream or mine. Next thing I remember is waking up in my dad's arms. He was holding me, rocking me back and forth. My mom, Lisa, was there too, kneeling beside us. I was sobbing, shaking like crazy. They told me later I was screaming, "Don't let it get me. Don't let it get me," over and over. I don't remember that. Don't remember anything after the light went out. They tried to tell me it was just a nightmare, that nothing had happened. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what was out there. Next day, they took me outside, into the backyard. They wanted to show me that there was nothing there, that it was all in my head. But then we saw it. Grass was all messed up, like something heavy had been dragged through it. And there were these marks on the trees, deep gouges in the bark. I knew instantly what they were. It was just a deer, Alex. "My dad, Mark," said, voice strained. He was trying so hard to make it all okay, to make it all go away. It probably got spooked by the light and ran through here. See, these are from its antlers. He even found some fur caught on a branch, claiming it was deer fur. Such a neat, convenient explanation. And I wanted, more than anything, to believe him, but I couldn't. Few weeks later, I heard about a missing person. They were searching for him in the woods behind our house. I wanted to tell someone, tell them what I knew, but my dad and my therapist stopped me. They said it would only make things worse, that it would enable my tendencies, as they put it. See, they diagnosed me with schizophrenia. Paranoid schizophrenia, to be exact. They said it was because of the divorce. That I felt responsible for my family falling apart, and that my young mind couldn't handle the guilt. They said the cultists, the goat man, the creature in the woods, they were all just symbols, my brain's way of coping. For a while, I believed them. Easier that way. Lies were comforting, safe. I played along, told them what they wanted to hear. Went to therapy, took the meds they gave me, and pretended everything was fine. Years later, they told me I was cured, that I'd made a full recovery. Easy to keep up the charade, since I hadn't had another episode since that night. By that point I was so angry with them, with the doctors, with everyone. Learned to just tell them what they wanted to hear. When I turned 18, I cut ties with my parents, moved out of state, changed my name, and tried to leave everything behind. But I couldn't, I had to know. Went back to Bridgewater. Spent days in the town archives, digging through old newspapers, police reports, anything I could find. And I found it. The missing person case. The man they'd been searching for in the woods. They found him, eventually. or what was left of him. He was torn apart, limbs ripped off, internal organs missing, and he was wearing a mask. A mask made from the head of a ram, hollowed out so it could fit over a human head. When they removed the mask, they saw his face was frozen in a look of pure terror. Should have scared me, but in a way, it was almost a relief. Reading that report, it confirmed what I already knew. It wasn't all in my head. I like to think that those people in the woods, they were a cult. That they were trying to summon something, some ancient evil, and that I messed up their ritual somehow. Maybe by touching that door all those years ago, or by failing to complete their instructions, failing to offer myself to whatever that thing was in the woods. I like to think that the creature, in its anger, turned on them. That it killed them all and dragged them back to wherever it came from. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. But there's one thing I still can't figure out. One thing that still haunts me. Why is it that, no matter where I go, no matter how far I run, I can still hear them? When I'm alone at night, in the silency, I can hear the chanting. Faint, distant, but always there. Like an echo from the past. It's like they're still out there, somewhere, waiting, watching. Like they're waiting for me to finish what they started. And the silence is the worst part. Because in the silence, I can hear them getting closer. So, where does that leave me? Honestly, I'm still figuring it all out. I'm miles away from Bridgewater. From that house, from those woods. Got a new name, a new life. Fresh start, as they say. But the past, it's like a shadow, always stretching out behind me, always threatening to catch up. I work a regular 9 to 5 job, nothing special. Keep to myself, mostly. Got a few friends, but I don't talk to them about any of this. How could I? They'd think I was crazy, just like everyone else did. Just like my parents, Mark and Lisa, still probably think. I've tried dating, but it never really works out. Hard to build a relationship when you're constantly looking over your shoulder. When you can't sleep with the window open. When the silence is more terrifying than any noise. Sometimes late at night, when I'm lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, I think about going back to Bridgewater, back to that house. I imagine myself walking into those woods, finding that clearing, facing whatever's left there. Maybe then, I could finally put an end to it. Maybe then, the chanting would stop. Maybe then, I could finally sleep through the night. But I know I won't. I'm too scared. And maybe, deep down, I know that it wouldn't make a difference. Because the truth is, the chanting isn't just coming from the woods. It's coming from inside me. It's a part of me now, like a scar that will never fully heal. It is the part of me that remembers the missing man and what he probably went through. I've learned to live with it, for the most part. I take my meds, which were prescribed to me after my diagnosis. I see a therapist, even though I don't tell her everything. I keep the windows closed, the AC on, the TV playing softly in the background. Anything to drown out the silence. But every now and then, usually when I'm least expecting it, I'll hear it. That faint, rhythmic chanting, like a whisper in the wind. And I'll remember the goat, man, the creature in the woods, the terror of that night. And I'll know that it's not over. It will never be over. Not really. So, I keep moving forward. I keep living my life one day at a time. I try to find moments of peace, moments of happiness wherever I can. I try to forget. But the memory is always there, lurking beneath the surface. The memory of the woods, the chanting, the fear, and the knowledge that, somewhere out there, in the darkness, something is waiting. Waiting for the silence to return, waiting for me. And that is my story. It's not a happy story, not a story with a neat ending. It's just my story. The truth, as I know it. And maybe, by telling it, by getting it out there, I can finally start to let it go. Maybe one day, I'll be able to sleep with the window open again. But I doubt it. I'm Jake, just your average dude, maybe a little more buff than your typical guy cause. You know, German army, a 12th Motor Brigade. That's my crew. Sounds kinda cool, right? Motor Brigade. But trust me, today it was about as thrilling as watching paint dry. Seriously. My life was a snooze fest until one crazy night. That's when all this weirdness kicked off. It all started when Sergeant Harding, this mountain of a man, comes stumping up to me. "Jake," he says, all serious and low-voiced, which is always a red flag. "You're a solid soldier, top of the line, but I need a favor. A big one." My stomach does a flip-flop. Favors from Harding? Yeah. Those usually involve something you'd rather wrestle a bear than do. "Night patrol," he goes on, dropping his voice to practically a whisper. "Out at Site Omega. Site Omega. Just the name gives me the chills. It was this super isolated research place, middle of freaking nowhere. Rumor had it, seriously weird stuff went down there. Stuff way above our grunt pay grade. Night patrol." I blurt out, trying not to sound like I'm about to lose it. "But I know. Harding cuts me off, holding up a hand the size of a dinner plate. "Wouldn't ask if we had anyone else. Fritz is on leave." Hans busted his leg, and as for Dieter, well, let's just say Dieter's not exactly reliable these days. "You're the only one I can trust. Jake." He claps me on the shoulder, meant to be all reassuring, but it just makes me feel like I'm about to be fed to the lions. "Left a note for you in the Humvee," he says, then just walks off, leaving me standing there with this feeling of doom hanging over me like a ton of bricks. Detailed instructions. Read them carefully. See you tomorrow. That night, I drag myself to the Humvee. Pitch black, man, the kind of dark that just swallows you whole. I'm about to crank the engine when I remember Harding's note. Find it jammed in the freaking cup holder, of all places. Unfold it and start reading. "Guten Abend, Jake. First off, this ain't a joke. You know I don't joke around. Your life might actually depend on following these rules. Seriously. 1. Done. Under any circumstances, get out of the Humvee. EVR. Except for Rule 35. Make that your freaking mantra. 2. If the radio suddenly crackles to life, answer it. If it's not my voice, shut that thing off right away. They are trying to find you. Don't even ask who they are. 3. The patrol route is marked with yellow abuse signs. If you see any other color, stop the Humvee dead, and radio base. We'll handle it. 4. You'll probably see some old dude on the road. Stop and ask him what he's doing. If he says he's lost, point him towards the nearest town 3 clicks due west. If he says NYE tide else floor it. Run him over if you gotta. No, seriously, I'm not kidding. 5. If you gotta pee, make it quick. Under 3 minutes, that's how long they take to find you. Again, don't ask. 6. If you see another Humvee, hail them. If they respond, you're good. If they don't, Stop, kill the engine, and pray to whatever you believe in that they didn't see you. 7. On the last third of the patrol, if you see AN1, grab the Glock 19 from the glove box and shoot them. Doesn't matter who they are. Don't even hesitate. You got 2 minutes from the time you spot them. After that, you're toast. 8. If your Humvee decides to die on you, radio base immediately. Someone will come get you, hopefully. 9. Molest part end. If you get back to base and see yourself just chilling in your parking spot, contact security AMADEAOE and ask for protective custody. They'll know what it means. They'll tell you when you're in the clear. Lastly, just be careful out there. We've already lost 2 guys on that route. Don't be number 3. Vielgulik sect. Harding. Okay. So what in the actual hell did I just read? My brain's going a mile a minute. What kind of messed up place is Site Omega? But no time to freak out. I'm on the clock. I fire up the engine, the Humvee growling to life. The guards at the gate, faces all grim. Give me this weird hand thing, almost like they're praying for me before waving me through. First few hours, boring. Just driving. Keeping an eye out for the yellow signs marking the route. Quarter mark. Third mark. It's when I hit the halfway point that things start to get seriously twisted. Radio suddenly blasts static, making me jump so hard I nearly headbutt the roof. Rule Tine 2 bam, right into my brain. If the radio crackles to life, answer it. If it's not my voice, shut that thing off right away. They are trying to find you. Hand shaking like crazy, I grab the receiver, lift it to my ear, heart hammering like a drum solo in my chest. On the other end, a woman sobbing. Seriously gut-wrenching sound, pure despair. I freeze, totally paralyzed. Then, the sobbing turns into laughter. Cruel, mocking laughter.
Damn it!
I slam the receiver down, cracking the plastic casing. Blood runs cold. Officially freaked. I stomp on the gas, desperate to get the hell out of there. Don't snap out of it till I hit the 1/3 mark again. And that's when I see it. The signs. They're blue. Freaking blue. Not yellow. Rule 3. The patrol route is marked with yellow signs. If you see any other color, stop the Humvee dead, and radio base. We'll handle it. Slam on the brakes, Humvee skids to a halt. Hands are shaking so bad I can barely hold the radio. Command, this is Jake, come in. I say, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm on patrol, and the signs they're blue. Brief silence on the other end. Then, Harding's voice. Roger that, Jake. Someone's on their way. You sound a bit rattled. Everything okay? Yeah, fine. I lie. No way I'm telling him about the radio call. Just peachy. Alright then, Harding says. Sit tight. ETA 5 minutes. 5 minutes feels like forever. Every rustle of leaves, every twig snap, makes me jump out of my skin. Finally, a jeep pulls up, and a dude in full tactical gear hops out. Tells me to cover my eyes and ears, then proceeds to do something. Something loud, something involving a lot of yelling, and some seriously weird noises. Let's just say it involved stuff I'd probably get banned from the internet for describing. When he finally says, I can look again, Jeep dude's gone, and the signs are back to yellow. Okay then. Next few miles are thankfully boring again. Even pass another Humvee. And they answer my hail, so that's one less rule to sweat about. But as I hit the final third of the patrol, I'm on edge. Keep hearing stuff in the woods. Screams maybe. Or just the wind playing tricks. Trying to ignore it, but it's getting harder. Then, I see her, standing right in the middle of the road. Headlights light her up perfectly. It's Sarah, my wife. Blood turns to ice. Rule 1070, on the last third of the patrol, if you see A&E, grab that 19 from the glove box and shoot them. Doesn't matter who they are. Don't even hesitate. You got 2 minutes from the time you spot them. After that, you're screwed. Sarah. My beautiful, loving Sarah. Just standing there, looking at me with those big, sad eyes. Hand reaches for the Glock, but I just can't. She's my wife, for God's sake. But the rule 2 minutes, tears streaming down my face now. I know what I gotta do. Her or me. With a sob that rips through me, I lean out the window and pull the trigger. Gunshot echoes in the night. God damn it! I scream, the sound tearing through the silence. I just shot my wife. Drive on numb, just pure shock and grief. Base is just ahead. And that's when I see him. Standing there, right where I'm supposed to park. Me. He's just standing there, grinning. Wide, creepy grin that makes my skin crawl. Rule 11 true musty I'm parted end. If you get back to base and see yourself just chilling in your parking spot, contact security EMADO and ask for protective custody. They'll know what it means. Grab the radio. Hands shaking so bad I can barely hold it. Call security, voice cracking. Tell them what's happening, pointing at my freaky doppelganger. Guards, faces grim, just nod and escort me to some small, isolated cell. Sit there for hours, replaying the night over and over in my head. The radio call, the blue signs, Sarah, and then, finally, the guards come back. It's over, one of them says. You can come out. I'm free to go. But nothing will ever be the same after that. Okay, so, after that first night of pure, unadulterated hell, a few things actually happened. First thing, and thank freaking God for this, I didn't actually shoot Sarah. Turns out, it was some kind of hallucination, mind trick. No clue. Site Omega was seriously messing with my head like, big time. Second thing, they yanked me off patrol duty faster than you can say. Boo. Guess they figured I was too messed up in the head. Or maybe they just had other plans for me. And that's how I landed in delivery security. Sergeant Harding, bless his twisted soul, decided I was just the guy for the job. Heard about last night, Jake, he says, giving me that same damn shoulder clap that feels like getting hit with a brick. Impressive. Most guys wouldn't have made it back. Thanks, I mumbled, still trying to wrap my head around seeing my wife and almost pulling the trigger. Impressive. Didn't even begin to cover it. Got a new gig for you, he bulldozed on, totally missing my inner freak out. Delivery security. Tonight? I asked, voice cracking a bit. Seriously tonight? Yep, don't sweat it, you won't be solo. Fritz is back from leave, and Han's leg is patched up enough. You three'll be working together. Shift starts at 6:50 p.m, ends at 5:15 am. Good luck, was right. I was gonna need a whole truckload of it. The delivery area was massive, seriously huge. Could fit like 4 trucks easy, with room to spare. I find Fritz already there, lanky dude, always got this nervous twitch going on. Guten Tag, he says, giving me this weak little smile. Hey Fritz, I reply. How's the family? Good. Good, he says, but his eyes are darting around like he expects the ceiling to fall any second. Just my kid. He's got a bit of a fever. But he'll be okay. Ready to start. As ready as I'll ever be, I say. We is Hans. Already at his post. But you gotta hurry, your shift starts in efter and F minuten. 5 minutes. He points to a note tacked to the wall. It reads, Delivery positions, Fritz North entrance, supplies Hans. Northwest entrance, special equipment Jakey, Northeast entrance. Mechanical parts awesome. Northeast entrance. Just my freaking luck. Still half zoned out thinking about that crazy patrol when I practically walk face first into a door. Brass plate on it. Mechanical parts delivery position. This was it. Home sweet hellhole, part 2. I twist the doorknob. Unlocked. Room small. Colder than a freaking freezer. Big lever on the back wall. Console with a bunch of screens on the left, and in the center of the room. On this dinky little table, another note. Figures. Stomach clenches up tighter than a fist. I pick it up like it might bite me, already dreading what fresh nightmare fuel it holds. This is what it says, instructions. Hello guardsman. This note is going to get you prepped for your shifts at this post. Read these instructions, careful LL. Follow them to the letter, or things are going to go south. Big time. You've been warned. 1. You're only getting me UNEXPLAINED pass here. If a truck is marked anything else, send him packing to the right entrance. 2. Our truck's got the base logo plastered on the side. White octagon with the Omega symbol smack in the middle. If a truck rolls up without it, LRTCQIT. Like, no about 3. Keep the door locked at all times. Seriously, don't be leaving it open for a sec 4. Between 11:50 p.m. and 12:30 a.m. Do now to leave this room. No truck should be coming through then. No reason for you to be out there. Just trust me on this one. 5. Your buddies got their own gigs. If you hear knocking and someone claiming to be Fritz or Hans asking you to open up, IGK'd them. Don't even crack the door. 6. Howling from the woods, normal. Screaming or crying, nom or emil. If you hear screaming or crying, grab the mini Uzi from the drawer and pray to whatever you believe in that this door holds. 7. If you see anyone at the entrance, use the intercom, direct them to the civilian entrance. If they got no face, no face, pull the lever on the back wall. Gates slam shut. Then call security. Fast. 8. If you're checking out a truck and you hear a music box playing, order the driver to pop the back open. Shoot anything inside. Remember machine parts. Nothing in there should be moving on its own. 9. You might see a young woman in the room. She might offer you stuff, extra ammo, batteries, whatever. Take what you need. But for the love of everything holy, Dionoti, say no to her. 10. This almost never happens, but if you see a REDT UK coming off the road, slam those gates shut IMDITLW. Pray you hear it skid off the road. Otherwise, the cleanup crew will be using a mop on you. Seriously, this is not some kind of joke. We are not responsible for what happens if you decide to ignore these rules. Consider this your only warning. Sincerely, base security. Oh, fantastic, just freaking fantastic. More cryptic rules and the lovely promise of a gruesome death. Why, oh why, did I ever sign up for this crap? Too late to bail now. It's 6:49 p.m. Time to lock the door and start this delightful shift. First few hours are actually boring. Surprising, right? A couple of trucks wander up to the wrong gate, but I just radio them over to Fritz or Hans. Easy peasy. Then I spot it. A truck rolling up, no logo. Nada. Nothing on the side. Rule Live 2 flashes in my brain. Our truck's got the base logo plastered on the side, white octagon, with the Omega symbol smack in the middle. If a truck rolls up without it, LRCQITY. Command, this is Jake. I practically yell into the radio. Truck with no logo at the northeast entrance. Requesting backup. Roger that. Someone's on their way. Some voice answers back. Couple minutes later, a dude in full on heavy armor shows up, tells me to look away, and then more loud noises, yelling and cursing. When I finally turn back, truck and armored dude. Poof. Gone. Weird as hell. Clock hits 11:50 p.m. No trucks in sight. Decide to check in with Fritz. Fritz, come in, I say into the radio. Oh, hey Jake. Fritz's voice crackles back, surprisingly upbeat. Hey, how's it going over there? I ask. Not bad, he says. Got a few drivers who took a wrong turn at your gate, I think. I can't help but chuckle a little. Those idiots, I say. I got 3 of yours and 2 of Hans. Speaking of, you heard from Hans? Nah, haven't, Fritz replies. But I'm sure he's fine. Then, it happens. Loudest, most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard rips through the air. Sounds like the gates of hell just opened up right outside my door. Jake, what's going on? Fritz yells into the radio, voice panicked. I can't even answer. Every muscle in my body just freezes solid. I just stare at the door, waiting for it to burst open any second. Then silence. Dead, heavy silence. I'm fine, Fritz. I finally managed to choke out, voice shaking like a leaf. Check the 30 a.m. Rule tar 4 between 11:50 p.m. and 10:30 a.m. Do not leave this room. No trucks should be coming through then. No reason for you to be out there. Right. So, that's what that was about. Starting to think that maybe, just maybe, Site Omega was just a tiny bit messed up. Wave through the next few trucks, thankfully no music boxes. Shifts winding down, and then I see it on the camera feed. A red truck. Rule Lundo, this almost never happens, but if you see a ruddy TUCK coming off the road, slam those gates shut IMN I. Pray you hear it skid off the road. Otherwise, the cleanup crew will be using a mop on you. I dive for the lever, nearly rip the damn thing out of the wall. Truck still a ways off, but the gate is closing slower than molasses in January. Brace myself for impact, praying for a quick end. Then, last freaking second, I hear it. Screech of tires, sickening thud, then silence. Truck swerved off the road, slammed into the wall. Slump against the wall, weak with relief. Fritz, check in. Come-ins. I yell into the radio. Here, says Fritz, voice shaky. Here, says Hans, sounding just as rattled. They're alive. We all made it through the night, but deep down I knew this was just the start. Site Omega had way more messed up stuff planned for me. I could feel it in my bones. Okay. So after surviving my shift as a glorified haunted truck stop security guard, I'm back in my barracks, trying to scrub those near-death experiences out of my brain. That's when a freaking note slides under my door. Surprise, surprise. It's headed Actung, and goes on to say, High Command has gotten wind that this terrorist group, the Krieger Freiheitsfront, the Warrior Liberty Front, or KF, not to be confused with the DLF you might have heard about, is hitting military bases all over the place. So, anyone with 3 years of service at this base, report to the mess hall at 5:35 p.m. sharp for new security assignments. No exceptions. Seriously, sincerely. Head of Security. 3 years of service. That's me, alright. Just my luck. Still shaking from the last 2 nights. And now this. Get down to the mess hall, place is packed. Spot Fritz and Hans, plus a bunch of guys I don't even recognize. Hey, Fritz. Hands, I say, squeezing in with them. You see this note from the head of security? Yeah, Hans says, looking seriously grim. Big dude Hans, but even he looks rattled. No clue what they're gonna throw at us now. Just hoping it's not another one of those special assignments. Fritz mutters, twitching even more than usual. Suddenly, a guy with more medals pinned to his chest than I thought was humanly possible storms into the room. Has to be the top dog, the High Commander himself. All right, listen up, you lot. He barks, voice booming like a freaking cannon shot. Your new assignments are posted on the wall. Read M and get to your posts. Unless you're too dumb to even read. And with that, he spins around and slams the door behind him. What a charmer, huh? We all scramble over to the wall to see the assignments. Pinned up there, big as day guard posts, main gatey Fritz, Mla, bio watchtowers Robert, Klaus and Hans. Server rooms Fritz, archive rooms. Jake, well, Fritz, looks like you're on server duty. I say, trying to sound like this is all just normal. See you around, I guess. Yay, see you, Jake, he says, looking even more freaked out than before. Good luck in the archives, man. Archives. Okay. At least it's not another patrol, right? Maybe, just maybe, I can finally catch a break. Maybe even figure out what the heck is actually going on at this crazy base. Takes me about 5 minutes to find my way down to the archive rooms. Bump into Fritz on the way, looking totally lost. Here. Where are the server rooms? He asks, eyes darting around. Down the hall, take a left, I tell him. My post is right here. Archive area is freaking massive, with 5 heavy-duty doors all lined up, labeled. Security room, National Archive, Technol Archive, Scientific Archives, Media Archives. Why one base needs 4 different archives? Beats the hell out of me. I head into the security room. Inside, there's a monitor showing a bunch of camera feeds. Mossberg 500 shotgun leaning against a rack loaded with ammo, seriously loaded an earpiece, and, you guessed it, another list of rules. 'Cause why break the habit now, right? Archive room rulers. So you're reading this, you got archive duty. Feel free to read any of the documents you want. They're all declassified. Been that way for decades. But listen up, follow these rules. Your life might depend on it, no joke. 1. Harley check-ins. You hear the earpiece crackle, you answer it. Don't be silent. 2. Patrol each room at least once per shift. But, if you hear growling coming from behind a door, skip that one and reinforce the door. Reinforcements are under the desk. 3. Heard about the WLF guys by now, right? Keep an eye on the cameras. WLF operatives. They got gear that messes with electronics. If a camera feed in any room goes static, get your butt in there and shoot anything that moves. No hesitation. 4. Between 11:40 p.m. and 1:30 a.m., cameras only. Just watch the monitors, don't go patrolling. If a camera feed goes static during that time, don't sweat it. Whatever's in there will handle it. 5. Someone knocks on your door. Say, "Own minute." They'll leave you alone. Don't open the door unless it's security. 6. Read whatever you want while you're patrolling, but keep those patrols short and sweet. 10 minutes max. 7. You won't see any of your squad buddies down here. If you see anyone else on patrol, order them to ID themselves. If they can't or won't, shoot him. No questions asked. 8. Little girl in a red dress shows up on any camera. Turn that camera off and reinforce that room's door. Don't ask why, just do it. 9. Earpiece starts blasting some crazy loud noise. Rip it off, smash it. Won't get punished. But you'll be deaf to any WLUF nearby. Your call. 10. Hear laughter coming from any room. Run your butt back to the security office. Reinforce the door. Don't remove the reinforcement until your shift is over. Seriously, don't. No tea. If you actually catch a WLF operative, alert security. They'll take M off your hands. You're only on duty for one night. Extra guys coming in the morning. Till then, stay safe.
Yeah, right. Oh,
Sincerely. Head of security. Okay, just one night. That's something, I guess. And hey, at least I might finally get some answers about this place. Decide to start with the technology archive. Curiosity, and let's be honest, boredom, are winning out. So far, no sign of any WF. But I am digging some of this old tech stuff. Reading about the Messerschmitt 262 Schwabe. The Swallow, some crazy bomber project called America Bomber. Even some seriously outs like the 162 Volksjäger and the Horten Hakes. Design, David. Pretty wild stuff, if a little creepy. Just as I'm about to move on to the next archive, earpiece crackles to life. Guardsman, this is the head of security. Report in. Jake here, I say. Nothing to report on my end. Copy that, Jake. Be alert. We've got reports of WF activity around the perimeter and possible sighting in server room 1. Stay sharp. Got it. I reply. Server room 1. Poor Fritz. Next up, National Archive. As I get close to the door, I hear it. Low growl coming from the other side. Rule enter tool. Patrol each room at least once per shift. But if you hear growling coming from behind a door, skip that one and reinforce the door. Nope. Not going in there. I haul butt back to the security room. And sure enough, there's a pile of heavy metal bars under the desk. Sprint back to the National Archive, and just as I finish jamming the barricade in place, massive TUMP shakes the door. Sends me flying backwards, landing hard on my butt. Thank God for those reinforcements. Catch my breath, check the time, 11:45 p.m. Perfect timing. Head back to the security room, start watching the cameras. And there it is. Static on the camera in the scientific archives. But this time, I'm not even worried. Actually, as I hear the growling, screaming, and then frantic gunfire coming from that room, I can't help but crack a smile. Those WF bastards are getting exactly what they deserve. At 1:36 a.m., I grab the Mossberg, head over to the scientific archives, just in case there are any stragglers. And surprise, there is. One female WLF operative, still kicking. But before I can even blink, she's lunged at me, stabbed me, then shot me, twice. Can't believe it. This is it. Gonna die in some dusty archive, surrounded by old Nazi secrets. Then I remember the nota. If you actually catch a WLF operative, alert security. They'll take Gem off your hands. With what little strength I got left, I pat her down, find a file. Operation Schwabenlied, it reads. Can't make much sense of it in this state, but I know it's important. Head of security, come in. I gasp into the earpiece. I have a female WLF operative in custody, requesting pickup. Roger that. Jake. The voice answers back. Sending a team to your location. Good work tonight, by the way. Drag her back to the security room. We don't talk, just glare at each other. Finally, security team shows up, head of security with them. They haul the WLF operative away. I hand over the Schwabenlied file to the head of security. Okay, I'll look into this, he says, glancing at it. But seriously, nice work tonight, Jake. I'll make sure Sergeant Harding hears about your performance. I just nod, too tired to even say thanks. Rest of my shift is thankfully quiet. Now, here I am in the med bay, patching myself up. Wonder if Hans had to deal with this kind of crap up in the watchtowers. So here I am, patching myself up in the med bay, when who should waltz in but Sergeant Harding, looking like he just swallowed a whole lemon tree. "Jake," he says, and I swear the room actually gets colder. "There you are. Need a word?" "Hey Sarge," I manage, trying to sound all casual even though my guts are doing the cha-cha. "Did you guys get anything off that WF chick I caught?" He sighs. This heavy, world-weary sound that could deflate a tire. "Nah. She took the easy way out before we could ask her anything. But we're digging into this Schwalbenlight thing. Seems to be tied to those Me-26-2s, the Swallows. But let's not jump to conclusions." He pauses, then drops a freaking bomb on me. "High security risk right now. So I need you on reactor chamber duty." "Reactor chambers?" I blurt out, voice cracking like a teenager. "Seriously?" "Relax," he says, but he sounds about as relaxed as a caged tiger. "You'll get special gear. It'll be fine. See you tomorrow." "Wait, no. I try to protest, but he's already halfway out the door, yelling something about organizing stuff. Great. Just freaking great. 2 days from retirement. And now I'm being shipped off to babysit some radioactive death trap. This base was seriously trying to take me out. Next day, I drag myself down to the reactor chambers. Place is deep underground, sealed off by this massive blast door that looks like it was ripped straight out of a sci-fi flick. And of course, taped to the door, another freaking note. Figures it's got Vorsicht caution plastered at the top, and then it reads, "Security room is the only safe spot from radiation outside this area. Security room is past this door. There's an airlock attached to the room. Repeat, the chambers are extremely radioactive. You will die if you ain't protected. No authorizatis personals, authorized personnel only." Seriously, we mean it or? Yeah, no freaking kidding. Blast door hisses open automatically, revealing this small, sterile-looking security room. Inside, there's a monitor hooked up to cameras, control panel with a bunch of buttons, and a big lever bulky-looking tactical hazmat suit, M4 carbine in a case, file labeled German nuclear history. But because why not, earpiece, and yep, you guessed it, another set of rules. Are you freaking kidding me with these rules? This one's titled Reaktorum Region Reactor Room Rules. Might seem like this post is gonna be a snooze fest. Trust me, that can flip faster than a pancake. These reactors are 2 decades old, treat him with respect. Follow these rules, seriously. 1. Don't leave this room without your suit. Duh. Obvious, right? 2. Grab the carbine when you patrol the chambers. Might be unexpected guests. Yeah, guests. 3. Chamber doors are controlled by the buttons on the panel. Play with them all you want, just be careful. 4. If any chamber door decides to open on its own, slam it shut right away using the button, and then seal all the doors with the lever. Seriously, seal them all. BULF show up. Cameras will go static. Head to that chamber and deal with it. Deal with it, as in, 6. Patrolling, and a chamber door slams shut behind you. Panic later. First, pull the override lever and run your butt back to the security booth. Fast as you can. 7. Flashing red light on a camera in any chamber. Shut off that camera feed, lock all the doors. It's not a meltdown. Probably. 8. Hear crying or screaming coming from any chamber. Lock that chamber door. Just lock it and pretend you didn't hear anything. 9. All doors are marked with the radiation symbol, you know, the glowy cloverleaf thing. If you see a door marked with the biohazard symbol, skip that chamber. Radiation ain't the only nasty thing down here. 10. We got 4 chambers marked I to IV. If you see a 5th door, nope, doesn't exist, ignore it and call base security. Seriously, call. 11. No workers scheduled during your shift. If you see anyone at all, radio security ASAP and lock yourself in the office. And for the love of God, don't talk to them. They ain't human, not really. 12. Check the spent fuel rods in each chamber. List of how many there should be is in the room. If there's less than the list says, grab a rod, one will definitely be spent. Don't worry about that. If there's more than the list, run. Just run like hell. 13. Most important shadows in any chamber. Turn off the camera feed before they notice. If they even glance at the camera, they've already noticed you. And you don't want that. Note here. Suit not here. Call the Special Pioneer Corps, Special Engineer Corps. They'll sort it out eventually. Read the papers in the file. Seriously, don't just ignore these rules. Radiation will be the freaking least of your worries down here. Sincerely. Special Sicherheit Operationen, Special Security Operations. 2 more days. I tell myself. Just 2 more days till retirement. Suit up, hazmat thing is heavy, makes me feel like I'm in a plastic coffin. Time to play nuclear janitor. First chamber, chamber I, thankfully, nothing happens. All the fuel rods are there, accounted for. No extras. No shortages. Chamber Sue, though that's where things get interesting. As soon as I step inside, door slams shut behind me. Freaking slams. Rule Kai's 6 are patrolling, and a chamber door slams shut behind you. Pull the override lever and run your butt back to the security booth. Heart jumps into my throat. Spin around, eyes darting, frantically searching for the override lever. There. Lunge for it. Gloved hand fumbling with the mechanism. Finally, click, door hisses open. I sprint back to the security booth, breathing like I just ran a marathon. About half an hour later, camera feed for chamber Tugta goes static. Freaking great. Time to deal with some more ULF goons. Grab the carbine, feeling this weird sense of calm. After everything I've been through, a few terrorists just don't seem that scary anymore. Burst into the chamber, carbine up and ready. 4 UOF guys, trying to swipe spent fuel rods. Amateurs. Open fire without even thinking, carbine bucking in my hands. They drop like sacks of potatoes. But then, I spot something. Another freaking file. This one on one of the dead WLF dudes. More intel on Operation Schwalbenleid. Seriously. How many files are there about this thing? This file actually spells out what the Schwalben really are. High-tech super soldiers. Juiced up with some crazy Nazi era tech. And they use ammo made from spent uranium, which apparently can punch through freaking anything. File also confirms the Schwalben and the WLF are the same bunch of surviving Nazi nutjobs, hell-bent on bringing back Hitler's twisted dream. Lovely. After the Special Sicherheit operation and clean up crew shows up to mop up the mess and grab the file. Naturally, I hear it. Crying. Coming from chamber of E. Seriously crying. Rule and her crying or screaming coming from any chamber. Lock that chamber door. slam my hand down on the button, sealing the door shut. Then, just for kicks, I slide a heavy metal bar across it, deadbolting the sucker. Second later, monstrous scream echoes from the other side, followed by a series of bone, jarring thuds. Whatever's in there, it's big, and it is pissed. Thank freaking God for reinforced doors. Another half hour goes by. Then more static, another chamber. This time, when I go in, I see two figures decked out in some kind of advanced exoskeleton suits. Schwalben. Freaking Nazi super soldiers. Trying to steal more fuel rods. And then, because the universe has a sick sense of humor, my earpiece crackles to life, and a song starts playing. I will give you my all. No freaking joke. Seriously, go listen to it. Makes this next part way better. First Schwalbe charges, wicked-looking blade pops out of his wrist. Misses me by a mile. Slams into the wall with a clang. Second one opens fire with some kind of heavy machine gun, uranium rounds ripping through the air. I return fire. Carbine actually feels surprisingly effective against their armor. First Schwalbe charges again, and this time he almost gets me. Almost. But I dodge at the last second, and he crashes right into his buddy, sending both of them sprawling. Seize the chance. Empty the rest of my magazine right into their heads. Headshots are always a good plan, right? By the time the SSO team shows up to clean up the mess again, my shift's over. I'm beat, soaked in sweat and grime, and probably glowing in the dark from radiation. But hey, I'm alive. And I just took down 2 Nazi super soldiers. Not a bad night's work, all things considered. Head straight to debrief with the head of security. Time to get some answers, or at least a freaking medal. So after my little tango with the Nazi super soldiers, I'm figuring, okay, maybe now I get some freaking recognition, right? Medal. At least a pat on the back that doesn't feel like a sledgehammer. Nope, instead, I get Sergeant Harding, and this time, he looks even more stressed than usual, like he's personally responsible for global warming. Jake, he says, and for once, he actually looks impressed. Yeah, maybe a little. For your last 2 nights, I'm putting you on the Omega Black Squad. Omega Black Squad. I repeat, my eyebrows shooting up faster than a freaking rocket. What in the hell is Omega Black? Harding actually chuckles, this dry, humorless sound, like gravel grinding in a tin can. Omega Black. Think of it as our last resort. When everything else goes completely sideways, that's when we call in Omega Black. And things are going sideways now. I ask, feeling this knot of dread tightening in my gut. Let's just say the head of security is concerned. About the DLF, about those few things in the archives, about, well, pretty much everything. He wants our best guys on the front lines. And that's you, Jake. Boot Sarge. I'm retiring in 2 days. I protest, voice cracking again. Can't you give this to someone else?
Friends.
Literally anyone else. Harding just shakes his head, gaze locked on mine, not budging an inch. You're the one who's proven himself. Jake. You handled the patrol, the delivery, the archives, you even took down 2 Schwalben. For crying out loud. You're the right man for this, Jake, and frankly, you're the only one I trust to handle it. He claps me on the shoulder again, but this time I actually feel a tiny flicker of something. Pride. Maybe just resignation. Either way, I know arguing is pointless. With Harding, arguing is always pointless. Fine. I sigh, finally giving in. Omega Black. Alright. What do I need to know? Report to Sector 7G. Harding instructs, finally letting up on the shoulder assault. That's where Omega Black operates. They'll brief you there. And Jakey, be extra careful, okay? This is different. He trails off. This weird shadow crossing his face, like he just remembered he left the stove on at home. Just come back in one piece. Alright? I'll try, Sarge. I say, but honestly, I'm not making any promises I can keep at this point. Sector 7G. Even the name sounds like a freaking bad omen. It's located even deeper underground than the reactor chambers, which I didn't even think was possible. Only way down is this heavily guarded elevator. As I descend, the air gets colder. Silence gets heavier, like it's got actual weight pressing down on you. Elevator doors finally hiss open, and I'm in this dimly lit corridor, walls all lined with reinforced steel, looking like something out of a damned submarine. Sign above this heavy steel door reads Omega Black, Nerfar Autorisiates Personal, Authorized Personnel Only. And yep, you guessed it, another freaking note taped to the door. Are they just messing with me at this point? It's headed Omega Black, Insatsonweisungen, deployment instructions. Deep breath, Jake. Let's see what fresh hell awaits. Welcome to Omega Black, Guardsman. You are now part of the unit responsible for containing the most sensitive situations at Site Omega. Consider this your final exam. Fail, and well, you won't have to worry about retirement. Let's just say that. 1. Omega Black operates in Sector 7G. This sector is completely off the grid. Radios, comms, forget about it. Unreliable as hell down here. Rely on visual signals, shouting, and actually talking to each other, like cavemen. 2. Your main job. Containment. Sector 7G is basically a zoo for things that should never get out. Your duty, make sure they stay locked up tight. 3. Sector 7G is split into containment zones Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Delta. Each zone, its own special brand of crazy protocols. Learn them, live them, love them. Nah, scratch that last one. 4. You'll be working in teams of 2. Your partner for this lovely shift is Guardsman Weber. He's already chilling in the briefing room, probably wishing he was anywhere else. Cooperate. Try not to shoot each other. 5. Omega Black operates on a shoot first, ask questions later policy. Sector 7G. Anything that moves, anything that even breathes and isn't you or your partner, assume it wants to eat your face. Act accordingly. 6. Containment Zone Alpha, home to Entity 7A. Highly aggressive, and it's got this adaptive camouflage thing going on. Basically, invisible unless you're looking at it with the right gear. Constant vigilance. Yeah, understatement. Zone Alpha protocols. Appendix A. Memorize it. Tattoo it on your eyelids. 7. Containment Zone Beta. Lovely place. Houses NT7B. It's cognitohazardous. Direct eye contact. Bad news bears. Think severe psychological trauma. Zone Beta protocols. Appendix B. Visors on. Eyes forward. Don't think about it too much. 8. Containment Zone Gamma. Oh boy, Gamma. Entity 70C lives there. It's temporally unstable. Time freaking unstable. Its presence can cause localized temporal distortions, time loops, speeded up time, slowed down time, space warping, the whole shebang. Zone Gamma protocols. Appendix C. Good luck with that one. 9. Containment Zone Delta is currently unassigned. Empty, for now. But stay frosty. Sector 7G is always evolving.
Yeah.
Evolving. That's what they're calling it. 10. Containment breach in any zone. Sector-wide lockdown protocol. Override lever is in the briefing room. Do not hesitate to use it. Seriously, don't be a hero 11. You see Entity 7D, just don't. DONOTNG. Run your butt back to the briefing room, sector-wide lockdown protocol now. Entity 70D is a class end of walled scenario entity. Yeah, you read that right. End of the world. Have a nice day 12. Most importantly, trust your gut. If something feels wrong, your spidey sense is tingling, whatever you want to call it, it probably is wrong. Sector 7G runs on rules that ain't exactly human-friendly, or even sane. Appendices A, B, and C are located within the briefing room. Godspeed, guardsman. You're gonna need it. Omega Black Command, my blood runs colder than liquid nitrogen. Adaptive camouflage, cognitohazards, temporal instability. K-class end of walled scenario. What in God's name have I stumbled into? This isn't just a military base anymore. It's a straight-up, honest-to-God freak show. I push open the heavy door, step into the briefing room. Small, Spartan, just a table in the middle. Lanky soldier with tired eyes already there, flipping through a stack of files. Looks up as I walk in. You must be Jake, he says, sticks out a hand. I'm Weber. Glad to have you. Or you know, as glad as anyone can be in this charming place. Jake, I reply, shaking his hand. So Omega Black, huh? Sounds intense. Weber sighs, runs a hand through his thinning hair. Intense is an understatement. This is where they keep the stuff they don't want anyone to know about. Stuff that makes the WLF look like kindergarten bullies compared to this. He gestures to the files on the table. Zone protocols. Alpha, Beta, Gamma. Delta still empty for now. We gotta memorize these before we even think about patrol. I grab the file labeled Appendix A, Containment Zone Alpha Protocols, Entity 7A. Inside, even more unsettling details. Seriously, these guys are just piling it on now. Appendix A, Containment Zone Alpha Protocols, Entity 7A, Entity Designation, 7A, Threat Level, EXTME. Yeah, all caps, bolded, underlined. The works. Containment Procedures, Zone Alpha is patrolled in pairs. Always, no solo heroics unless you got a death wish. Seeing Entity 7A. Good luck with that. Visual contact. Unreliable. Adaptive camouflage, remember. Rely on motion sensors, thermal imaging. Basically, tech is your friend here. Entity 7A, aggressive as hell. Always trying to break out. Always, like a toddler with a sugar rush, but, you know, deadly. Primary weapon M4 carbine, armor-piercing rounds. Secondary weapon Glock 19. Don't leave the briefing room without them. Motion sensors are all over Zone Alpha, checkpoints everywhere. Stare at those monitors constantly. If they blink red, something's moving that shouldn't be. Thermal imaging goggles, essential. Like breathe, air essential. Gotta see Entity 7A. Check Grim before you step foot in Zone Alpha. Battery life, all that jazz. Motion sensors go off. Engage Entity 7A. Immediately. Extreme prejudice. Yeah, they mean it. Don't hold back. Entity 7A's got one weakness, concentrated fire. Suppressive fire, people. Keep it pinned down, keep it contained. Think of it like watering a really, really nasty weed. Entity 7A breaches containment. Zone Alpha lockdown protocol. Button Alpha on the control panel. Don't forget it. It's labeled Alpha, surprisingly enough. Sector-wide lockdown. Breach in any zone triggers it. Run back to the briefing room, lock the door and wait. Yeah, just wait and pray. Special Node Entity 7A. Voice mimicry, loves to imitate human voices. Don't respond to anything you hear in Zone Alpha, unless it's your partner, and you know it's your partner. Paranoia is your friend down here. Appendix B, Containment Zone Beta Protocols, Entity 7B, Entity Designation 7B, Threat Level, SVR. Seriously, they're not kidding. Containment Procedures, Zone Beta, Patrol in Pairs. Again. Are you sensing a theme here? Direct eye contact with Entity 7B. Nope. No way. Avoid it like the plague. Anti-cognitohazardous visors. Wear 'em always. In Zone Beta. Visors glued to your face. Entity 7B's got this cognitohazard thing. Basically messes with your head. Paranoia, hallucinations. Psychological trauma that'll make therapy look like a walk in the park. Fun times. Primary weapon, M4 carbine. Standard rounds this time. Secondary weapon, Glock 19. Standard issue for a reason. Radio silence in Zone Beta. Zip it, communication. Hand signals only. Brush up on your CARAD skills. Psychological distress. Yeah, you'll know it when it hits. Get your butt out of Zone Beta. Report to medical, pronto. Don't try to tough it out. Entity 7B breaches containment. Zone Beta lockdown protocol. Button Beta on the panel. Guess what letter it's labeled with? Sector-wide lockdown. Briefing room wheat. Pray. Repeat. Special nota, Visa stay Zone N. No exceptions. No peeking. Entity 7B's effects are instant, irreversible. Seriously, don't even think about it. Appendix C, Containment Zone Gamma Protocols, Entity 70C, Entity Designation 70C, Threat Level IGH. Not extreme, but still high. Like skyscraper high. Containment Procedures Zone Gamma. You guessed it, patrol in pairs. Safety in numbers, or something like that. Entity 7C. Temporal instability. Time's gonna get weird in Zone Gamma. Unpredictable distortions of time and space. Buckle up, Dorothy. Kansas is going bye-bye. Temporal distortions. Time loops, time speeding up, time slowing down, space warping around like it's made of rubber. Expect the unexpected, then expect the unexpected again, just to be safe. Primary weapon M4 carbine, chronoton stabilized rounds. Sounds fancy, right? Secondary weapon Glock 19. Standard and slightly less standard. Constant awareness of your surroundings. Zone Gamma layout. Can change on you without warning. You think you know where you are. Think again. Time is a flat circle, or a pretzel, or something. Temporal distortions detected. Temporal ankle. Lever Gamma on the control panel. Activated. Hope it works. Seriously, just hope. Entity 70C breaches containment. Zone Gamma lockdown protocol. Button Gamma. Getting the hang of this button thing yet? Sector wide lockdown. Briefing room. You know the drill by now. Special nota, temporal anomalies. Leave them alone. Don't poke them, don't prod them. Don't even look at them too hard. Unpredictable, potentially dangerous. Trust your chronometer, your watch. If it starts acting wonky, time's getting wonky. Houston, we have a time warp. Weber and I spend the next hour just staring at these protocols. Faces getting grimmer by the second. This was way beyond anything I'd ever imagined. This wasn't just security duty, it was straight up monster hunting. Freaking monster hunting. So, Weber says finally, breaking the heavy silence. Which zone you want to start with? Alpha, Beta or Gamma? Take your pick of the poison. I look at the files again. Warnings echoing in my brain like freaking alarm bells. Adaptive camouflage, cognitohazards, temporal instability, and then there's Entity 7D, the K-class end of world scenario. Nope, not touching that one with a 10-foot pole. Let's start with Alpha. I say, voice barely above a whisper. Adaptive camouflages sounds manageable. Relatively speaking. Compared to the other options anyway. Weber nods, this grim little smile twisting his lips. Manageable. Right. Let's just try to survive the night, Jake. That's about the best we can hope for in this place. He grabs a pair of thermal imaging goggles, tosses them to me. I strap them on. Wall turns all ghostly green. Weber checks his M4, chambers around with this sharp, metallic click. I do the same, weight of the carbine suddenly feeling almost comforting in my hands. Ready? Weber asks, voice tight, like he's swallowing down a mouthful of nails. As I'll ever be, I reply, taking a deep breath that feels like it's gonna be my last. Let's go monster hunting. We step out of the briefing room, back into the dimly lit corridor of Sector 7G. Air's thick with this heavy, palpable sense of dread. Silence broken only by the hum of unseen machinery and the frantic, panicked thumping of my own heart. My last 2 nights at Site Omega, just freaking beginning. And I've got this really bad feeling they're gonna be hell on earth.